Hey, what's up, guys? All right, I figured I should stream because it's been a few days. I mean, I've done some gaming streams, but I ought to do some reaction streams because those do well. Was just in Vegan Gaze's stream hanging out, and I figured now that L has gone to bed, now we can react to L. That would be cool. So let's do that. And hang on. Just to make it as appropriate, there's my L mug. I'm such a Vegan Gaze fanboy that I will hang out in her streams and drink from a Vegan Gaze mug, and then as soon as she's done, go on and react to her stream or her debates, rather. All right, let's do that. Been a lot of content similar to what Elle was saying when she went live. She was waiting for Sky to do his live with that Chip guy, with Chip, and yeah, a lot of us, we have these overlapping viewers, and so it kind of doesn't make sense when we're streaming at the same time. All right. Let's see. There's two debates that I haven't watched yet from L. And there's actually a lot that I've missed the last few days. John ARA, I think, might react to that Street Outreach as well. Mel and Steve, who I always react to when they put out a new vid. So yeah, here is, let's start with this one here. Does this carnivore think I'm weird for asking for evidence? I feel like I might have been in a live stream when this took place, maybe? I don't know.
Hello.
Let's see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Have I spoken to
Alright.
you before?
No, we just talked in email.
Okay. What was your like your, when I say premise, like your argument before that you wanted to talk about?
So
See the logo
first I want
Cool.
to talk about
right there.
the diet part of the veganism.
Let me
The
link
diet.
to the mug.
Okay, so what's your claim?
I don't know if I still have the email.
Yeah, I was
It
here.
doesn't- Don't
I was
worry about
live
the
when
email
this happened.
now, but just what's the claim you want to make right now?
But I think I did have to leave. I remember when this started.
Yeah, you wanted to talk about then you. Oh yeah, so I wanted to say that veganism is bad for you,
Right.
and you said that you don't really care about that subject, like you
Big
care more
stream,
about
what's
the
up?
animals and stuff. And I said, yeah, it's okay to talk then.
There's how
about
you
animal
can get.
abuse and
I
whatever.
think you got the mug too, didn't
yeah,
you?
I
Big
care more
stream?
about ethics than I do about the diet. But if you have some
you
sort
said
of
about ethics.
yeah, but if
Right,
you have some
Felix?
sort of
Yeah.
claim that veganism is bad for you,
But I feel like probably everybody that watches me watches L because we react so much to L's content. So yeah. So I was waiting.
do you have any evidence for that? What would be your evidence?
Yes, because eating just plants, it's not it just doesn't have the building blocks for you to be healthy.
According to what data?
It's simply that
All right. So Pig's Dream is cool. I'm cool. Vegan Gaze is cool. Felix, I know you're cool, but do you have the mug? Do you have the mug? That's how you really become cool, I think.
digestive system is not designed like that.
Hang on. I haven't been listening, sir. I have not been
that
paying attention to the debate. Let's back up.
It doesn't have the building blocks for you to be healthy.
According to what data?
It's simply that our digestive system is not designed like that. Like we are not like a cow. Like a lot of you vegans just claim like, look, that gorilla looks big and strong, or that cow looks strong, or that horse is fast, or whatever. But their digestive system is a lot more longer, and it's a lot more bigger, and the grass or whatever plants they eat, it stays there for long time before it passes through other intestines to get digested, and that finally turns into like animal fat. We humans, we don't have that thing.
Okay.
So, yeah. So if this were true, then how come vegans tend to live longer and have fewer instances of chronic disease and all-cause mortality? Like, it makes sense for L to be asking for the evidence to back up this person's claims. So far, he said that vegans, we just point to the gorilla, we point to the horse, which I've never heard anybody do, by the way. I've never heard someone say, oh, that horse runs fast, therefore veganism is good. Never heard that. That's a new one.
Do you have a name I can call you by? Just is AZ okay?
Easy is fine.
AZ. So there should be some outcome data in the scientific literature if our digestive
It's okay. It's okay, Kane. I'm glad you're here
systems cannot
because you
deal-
keep order in the chat. If NILF shows up, you know what your job is. That NILF, I swear.
with that. There should be some outcome data demonstrating
It
that it's
is.
bad. Okay, yeah. What's the author and the title of the paper?
Oh my god.
Do you have one?
We are just not designed for that.
Look,
Yes, we
you-
can absorb like let's say you eat like avocados and coconuts or what else, like nuts that like have some type of oil in it. You can somehow absorb that
Well, you
and
can.
store it as
You
fat.
can? Are you saying you can or you cannot?
But it's not as efficient as eating animal fat.
Not as
okay,
efficient.
AZ,
And it-
did you, just to be clear, are you going to show me any data?
Okay, you
Are you going to?
if you're gonna be like vegan gains,
Oh,
just
yeah,
ask
I'm
me
going to ask for
data.
evidence for claims.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're just gonna be like that, then
Yeah.
we can end this debate right now.
Okay, if you want to. Do you want to talk about the ethics?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're not going to show any scientific
Well, as
evidence.
long as you behave, Pig's Dream, as long as you behave.
So
Yeah,
okay,
this
so
mug
now
just
are
makes
you
the
gonna claim that
coffee
everything
taste
is
better.
false just because I can't show you like any data or
No, I'm
whatever?
just not going to believe the claims you make because I want you to substantiate it with reliable evidence. Otherwise, I'm not going to
There's a
change
lot
what
of
I.
evidence. There's a lot of evidence that you vegans crave like that's the reason you eat like fake cheese and
People
fake
crave
burgers.
people
Okay,
crave
please
coal
listen to me.
sometimes. It does not mean that you need
Please listen
coal.
to me.
No. AZ.
Cravings are not just cravings. You crave them because you lack
Yeah,
those
and I
nutrients.
bet you crave things like apple pie sometimes or fruit, right? You see like a nice dessert that's like fruit based or something, and you crave that.
nutrients.
People crave cigarettes, AZ.
Right.
Do you
That's not
need
the-
cigarettes because you crave them?
I personally don't smoke.
That is so far from what you were asked. If you have a craving for something, does it mean you need it?
Listen, people who drink cigarette, sorry, drink. I'm not English, so
That's fine, don't worry.
sorry for saying drink cigarettes.
That's fine.
Okay, so people who smoke cigarettes are somewhat malnourished from to begin with.
What?
Like they start doing that because of some trauma.
No. I mean, maybe, but not in all cases. When I smoked cigarettes for the first time, I was doing it because I thought it was like cool. And I hated it and I stopped. But I wanted to be like one of those cool people. It wasn't based on a trauma.
They look
I
bad
thought
or
people
whatever,
look
you
cool when
understand?
they smoked. This was ages ago when I was a teenager.
It's not like you can't really call a healthy person. Like I'm not here to defend like every person who eats meat because I don't agree with every person. Okay.
We should probably move on from the dietary
okay.
stuff if
Yeah,
we're not
let's
going to.
move.
Yeah, because I'd
sure.
want evidence. Okay. So, what you wanted to talk about animal abuse? Do you think it's morally justified to abuse animals?
I don't think that this
By the way,
industry
I
has defined.
apologize if this is repetitive for some of you guys. If you guys were in the actual stream that this debate took place, I was in it early. I haven't seen the rest of this, so I haven't seen from this point on.
Going on with like, I don't know, with like farming and whatever, like storing like lots of pigs in a building or whatever. I don't agree with that. Like animals should be free, and they should be just hunted down, and that's how we should get our meat.
Would you hunt humans?
No.
No. So, what's the morally relevant difference between humans and other animals that would justify hunting the animals but not the human animal?
Well, humans, I see them as myself. Like it's not something that I would go after.
So they have to have the trait of being you.
Yes.
So I'm not you.
Yeah, you're right, Kane. But smoking cigarettes was never cool. I was just a dumb teenager. Weed and vaping was what the cool kids did.
You. So is it
Okay,
justified to kill
now
me?
you're gonna bring up like speciesism or whatever, but
Well, I'm literally not you.
but listen, other animals are not our friends.
They don't need to
Well,
be.
I was I used to think that smoking was cool, but then in my high school, like they did like this, the teachers did like this rap about how smoking wasn't cool. And that rap was so cool that I realized, oh, smoking is whack. So that's what happened to me.
Someone doesn't need to be my friend for me not to kill them. So they don't need to be my friend.
Like even the most innocent herbivore animal, like a
Did y'all get
pigeon
that?
or
That
what else
smoking
can I
rap?
say? Like even a cow. If a cow would have a chance to eat you, it would eat you.
So
But
a cow is an herbivore, so no, the cow would not eat you. Why do people say that? Like I've heard this. Sorry, I'm taking my shoes off. I've heard this multiple times from people. Like the animals would eat you in a heartbeat if they had a chance. We mostly eat herbivores.
a pigeon, it would attack you if you would like shrink down to a size of an ant. The pigeon wouldn't think for a second from eating you.
Guys,
AZ, there'd be people who would eat me if they were given the chance or if they were allowed to. Does that mean I get to shoot them because they would hypothetically eat me?
If sorry again, ask this question again.
Yeah. So it could be the case that a human could, if they could get away with it, would eat me. Does that mean I get to kill humans because there are humans who would eat me?
Listen, this is a kind of complicated
not
question.
really.
Like, I don't know.
Is it? You said that a pigeon would eat
Or
me.
or you mean if a human could do it, then would they do it?
No. You said a pigeon would eat me.
Yes.
Therefore, I guess it's justified for me to kill pigeons because they'd eat me, right?
Out of defense, if let's say like a gigantic
Out of
pigeon would come
defense, but that isn't what you brought up before, right? That's not the point you were making. Because we're not eating animals out of defense. It's not self-defense. We're the aggressors.
and you would stand a chance to somehow defend yourself and kill them and
Felix.
save your life, and it's either you or the big pigeon, then yeah.
Yeah, we weren't talking about self-defense.
Okay.
It seemed like what you were saying.
And yeah, if you would like self-defend yourself, and we are talking about not pigeons, not humans, then yeah, you would save your life, and you also get yourself some meat.
It sounds like what you were saying, you were making a justification for killing them, and you then said, oh, well, all these animals, they would like eat you if given the chance. So it sounded like you were saying, oh, it's okay to kill animals because, by the way, they would maybe eat
But
you.
it's only okay. It's only okay to kill them if you like defending yourself, or you.
It's only okay to kill them if you're defending themselves. Then why are you now defending eating meat? Because we aren't defending ourselves. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I'm gonna have to put Felix's comment right back on the screen right there. Wait. Oh wait, that's not the one. There we go. Yep.
Either gonna consume them, like just to kill them just for no reason. It doesn't make any sense.
Why does eating them suddenly make it justified?
Because that's the only human food.
What?
Like
What?
that's the only human food. Meat is the only human food.
No, it's not. So
What? Meat is the only human food. So how are vegans like walking around? Or vegetarians for that matter?
plants.
Yes, sure, you can get a little bit out of plants and fruit, water, especially watery fruits are nice. I do consume watery fruits like watermelon and orange.
But you just said they're not. You just said they're not
But
food.
it's not. I don't really look at it as food.
Why are
it's
you
like
eating it?
it's like for hydration for me. Get a little bit of carbs out of it, whatever.
So
but
that's
it's
not
really
food?
Food.
How is it not food? Sorry.
Oh man.
It doesn't contain what meat contains. Meat contains so many nutrients.
With someone like this, I guess at this point it becomes about the content, because when someone is so lacking in critical thinking, I don't know what the point is anymore, except to entertain the viewers. And I guess at that point, you know, you can show people how absurd these positions are. I'm sure Elle is sort of thinking right now, is this worth it at this point? But yeah, I mean, it is entertaining. So yeah.
Plus, plants have plant version of nutrients, and
you're right.
Meat has like, how to say, like animal version of it.
What does food mean to you? Like, what's the definition of food?
It's something that
Felix, how long have you been vegan? Because you know, the longer you say, the more worried I'm going to be about you.
That has the building blocks to build you and to not degrade.
At the ASPCA, we give a voice to the voiceless. We fight for those who can't.
ASPCA, do they not have, I believe they have like recipes on their website for like beef and shit, like beef dishes. Fuck the ASPCA.
Just stay vegan. You're not getting all those nutrients like you would get from the meat.
What am I not getting? Because I've been vegan nearly 11 years. What am I not getting that is essential to me? So I should be dead. I should be dead right now, really, shouldn't I?
Well, you know, but Elle, it can take a long time for those deficiencies to creep in. Trust me, by the time you're like 110, 120, I bet you'll be dead. You just wait. It'll catch up to you.
John, for example,
you can get plant-based collagen.
If you go vegan, there's no way for you to get collagen.
You can get plant-based collagen.
Someone was asking me about collagen a few weeks back, and I remember like I saw like there was like a shampoo or something that had like vegan collagen in it.
Collagen is that essential to me?
That's a plant version. It's listen, even if you can.
He's so frustrated. He really cares about Elle. I can tell. He's just a very concerned citizen, just looking out for Elle's health.
It's gonna be like so inefficient. Like,
do you have data that shows that it's inefficient?
it is inefficient.
According to
Something-
what?
Okay, listen, what is easier for your body to convert? Something that is already converted, or something that comes from a plant that is just a plant version?
I
Like,
don't know. Share with me
Yeah.
the health outcome data that would show that it's more difficult one way or the other. Do you have any?
You can look up, for example, that it was like an experiment done on cats, where it's called Pottinger's cat experiment. Like, if you look it up on YouTube, you can find it, where it shows like a bunch of cats who were fed like cooked meat, and the other was fed raw meat, and another one was fed like another group of cats was fed like highly processed meat, and the one that was fed highly processed meat, it just died off, like it couldn't even reproduce.
What? What is he talking about? Oh my God. Oh my God.
One was fed cooked meat. They turned out
So
ugly.
they turned out ugly. So this was a study showing that showing cats eating different forms of meat is what he's saying.
And the one that was fed raw meat always turned out the healthiest cats ever. And it goes same exact
Okay,
same
well,
thing.
in that case, yeah, maybe you should just only eat raw food and see how that works out for you, my friend. See how that works out.
For humans.
Well,
'Cause-
no.
Humans that eat in multiple generation like raw meat, that they turn out the most beautiful human beings ever,
Can you
and they
can
are
you
highly fertile.
Really
And
can you send me
if
the
highly
someone was
fertile, beautiful people are the people who ate raw meat, according to this guy. You know, I remember one time when I was in California, we were collecting signatures for that ballot measure. There was this one guy that came up to me. He was like one of those carnivore diet people, wanted to like have a debate with me. And I was honestly, that day, I was so over the signature gathering. To be honest, it was just like, it can be so monotonous at times. And so I engaged with this person for like 20 minutes, and I felt like I had to back away from the guy from time to time because he stunk so bad. And he was telling me like he was on this like all meat diet, raw meat shit, and it showed. It showed, and it emanated from him as well. And no offense to that guy. I think it's fine for me to say this because he's not identified, but he did not meet that description.
vegan,
AZ, can you send me
Just-
is this like a study or something, like a randomized control trial with
course,
cats? Like, firstly, we're not
yes,
cats.
it was done by a doctor.
Done by a doctor.
It was an experiment.
Yeah, but what was the kind of study?
What was the kind of study?
Yeah, what
Like-
was it?
I don't know what was the purpose. Like, he was studying something completely else, but because he had lots of cats, he started experimenting on them, like feeding them raw milk, raw meat, like I said, and the other group was fed like cooked meat.
Yeah, well, we're not cats, so we would expect different outcomes. But if you have
Vegan guiledom are the most beautiful inside and out. Yeah, vegans are the most beautiful inside and out.
No,
link to this- if you have a
this
link
same
to the
thing
study-
but listen, the same thing can be saw in like humans that eat meat, raw meat. They turn out more beautiful. and
what's that
more-
got to do with whether or not someone is healthy?
you listen, if someone turns out beautiful and they are fertile and they live like a long life, it means they are healthy, no?
No, because beautiful is subjective in the first place.
No,
Yes, it is.
No,
I'm sure
beauty is health. You okay?
No.
You can argue. You
I-
can argue if someone
Izzy,
put
look.
some makeup or whatever. They're not beautiful and healthy by like naturally.
because they have makeup on.
Yeah.
So you're saying that someone has to be ugly to apply makeup?
No, I mean this. Many people apply makeup these days.
Yeah. So
Like,
Izzy, I don't actually.
even a natural person can that looks beautiful naturally can apply makeup. I get it.
Like,
Izzy, have you read?
I mean, like, is he implying that Elle is not, beautiful? Like, he's talking to someone who's on camera. He's not on camera. Like, let's see you, guy. Let's see you.
I know we're coming back to the data, but have you read any data at all that leads you to the conclusions that the flesh of animals is essential for human health?
The evidence is between you vegans. Show me one good-looking, healthy vegan that is fertile and has many children, and they are gonna live like up until like 100 or something. You can't.
You're just so I have to predict the future. I have to find someone who's beautiful. I have to find someone who had a preference to have like 8 kids, and then I have to predict whether
There
or not
are so many beautiful vegan women and handsome vegan men. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, and there are plenty of vegans with children as well. So, yeah,
they're going to live to 100, and that's your evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is, Ozzy. What about the health outcome data? What does it say about?
Okay. So listen. Even after the cats, back to the cat experiment.
No. Let's not go to the cats because we're not cats. Is this a study? Yes or no? Like, can you show it to me? Like, is it a paper?
No, I don't know. It's
okay. Let's not talk about it then, AZ, because it's irrelevant completely.
But this proved thing that someone who eats raw meat is gonna be a lot more developed because it just makes sense. Let's say you eat like bone marrow.
No,
or whatever.
it doesn't.
You're gonna
sorry,
have,
it doesn't.
you're gonna have stronger bones. You're gonna have like.
According to what? What's the evidence? Like, I think we're gonna have to.
Someone said it in Elle's stream, and I just wholeheartedly agree that we are just becoming so dumb as a species. Like, it's beyond repair at this point. Yeah, because this is like common. The way that this guy's talking is very common now. This is the kind of thing, that should be shocking. When you hear someone this dim, it should be like, oh, are you sure you should be allowed to be on the computer by yourself? Like, where's your mom?
Conversation, because you're making
And
all
now
these
it's
claims,
the norm.
and they require.
It's just the norm now. It's the majority now. It's the majority.
Evidence, and you're not giving the evidence. You're just saying, oh, it makes sense. Oh,
Okay,
because people are more beautiful.
This is the classic vegan gains.
Oh yeah, you want evidence for the claims that you're making.
You want evidence, but sometimes the evidence is right in front of you. You can't. Okay, then can you show me like any like healthy vegan?
Wait.
She is a healthy vegan and has been vegan for a very long time, I believe. I don't know. Anybody know how long Al's been vegan? I think it's longer than me. So it's like she's been probably vegan like a decade or so, if not longer. I shouldn't speak for her. I've been vegan 7 years. I'm healthy as can be for someone who doesn't even really focus on it that much.
I could show you, there's loads of healthy vegans who do their blood work. Like, I think Matthew Nagra, he displays his does his blood work. There's loads of them who do it. But at the same time, I could look right out in front of me and I can see that the earth is flat. Is the earth flat because I can look right out in front of me and see that it's a flat plane? Or are you a flat earther as well?
I don't know what to say about that. Okay,
Oh,
like the thing is, I don't want to get into that.
The-
Let's just stay on veganism.
Do you think? Wait, quickly. Do you think the Earth is flat?
No, all I'm saying. I'm not really believing what I'm being told by school or whatever.
what?
Like that's all.
Oh, this is why, yeah, people in the chat in the live earlier were talking about flat Earth stuff, so maybe it was reference to this.
Do you
Like,
get? Do you get my point that just because I look outside and I see that the Earth is flat, it doesn't mean that the Earth is flat? Just because I look,
I
like
don't
I
really care.
observe.
Listen, I don't really care.
No,
if
no,
the-
no. I don't. It's not about whether you're caring. It's about you understanding the point. Do you understand it?
But listen, I get that that's what we are taught in school or whatever. That
No, that's not what you. That's
has
not.
this certain
No,
shape.
Az. That's not what you're being asked.
We need to start having like a litmus test for people to be allowed to use the computer or the phone.
Are you understanding that what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
but the
you
thing is,
said you
yeah, but the
said
thing is, I don't
no, no.
really care about answering it.
Well, no,
Like,
yeah, because
like,
it
I don't,
shows
I don't think
it
about it.
shows the original
Listen,
flaw.
just
Az,
look at.
no, wait. It shows
Okay.
the initial flaw in what you were saying. You were saying, oh well, sometimes the evidence is right in front of you, and I'm trying to tell you, well, sometimes that will be deceiving because it may be the case that you look right out in front of you and you see that the Earth looks flat. That doesn't mean that it is. Upon further evidence, you look at the evidence, like
Okay,
past
but
just looking. And
okay,
so
but
that's the problem with
but
what you're
now
saying.
but now you look at the map. Do you
But
really?
this is also just his point is just so stupid because you can just pull like beauty is subjective, but you could just pull up Instagram and show him loads of people who are, people that you would consider to be beautiful or handsome, and point debunked. Does he need to go one by one and say, oh, I think this person's beautiful, this person's not beautiful? Like, I would like to see this guy, since he's talking about other people's appearance, it would be great if he were visible.
Really think that we are being told that that's all the islands and all everything. Maybe there is islands that is not even shown on the map, and they're pretty big. They're just not told to us because they want to hide it.
Az, you're missing the point completely.
No, you're missing the point.
No, you are
You're-
missing.
Dude, you can go on Google Maps and just look at satellite imagery of the planet. If you want to go look for missing islands, go for it.
You're missing the
Right,
point.
what
you
point
could
am I
do that.
missing?
Okay, you're missing that maybe we are being lied to. Like,
Yeah, maybe you are being lied to by the meat industry, huh? Maybe you are being lied to by that random study that you're citing, which who knows if that even exists, talking about cats that were fed processed meat versus raw meat, which proves, again, what exactly? That it would be better to eat raw food, which, by the way, would mean, by his logic, we're only talking about raw versus processed. So by his logic, maybe he thinks it would be good to be a raw vegan, right? But no, because that would be inefficient or something. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this one was painful, very painful, very painful. We still got we got less than a minute. Let me get the link.
certain things.
Okay, so do you think that the studies that show health outcome data of
Sure,
like,
Kane, you're right.
protein synthesis
they
and
are
stuff like that, they're
manipulated,
lies?
Like this is a plan. Maybe in like
Okay,
10
Az,
years,
I've had enough.
maybe
Thank you. I can't do that any longer. Like we're just being like it's all
That
lies.
was longer than I would have lasted, L. So bravo.
It's carnivore. I can't. I don't get paid enough. There's not enough money in the world. It's gonna go nowhere. It's very true. Az, you're so right. I lost.
Oh, she lost that one. Dang. All right. Here's another one from Vegan FTA, but it's L again.
Mind again, because it's opened the door, so it's like behind the iron.
Let me put that one up. Cats do better on a vegan diet. Yeah. Yeah, there actually was like reputable studies just recently that showed that cats had fewer instances of disease on a vegan diet. Vegan FTA. It's this one here. It's our friend L again.
Yeah.
It's what's always been there.
I appreciate her doing all these interviews and debates. Gives us something to react to here. But man, that one was painful. Let's hope this guy brings a bit more to the table. What he saw changed everything. Okay, so he's probably watched some footage just now at a cube.
Fine, you're fat.
Hang on, let me back it up.
I don't know, the film's kind of changed my mind again, because it's opened the door, so it's like behind the iron curtain.
Yeah.
It's what's always been there. You're fine, you're fed.
Yeah.
The animals are dead.
The animals are dead. Exactly. Can you explain what you saw and something that stood out to you?
Well, I mean, I'm a little reluctant to say it, but the first thing that came to my mind, it just popped in my head, mass murder.
Mass murder. I mean, that's what it is, really, isn't it? Because we'd say someone murdered a dog if they like killed
Oh,
them.
he's so cool, right? With the sig, right, King? He's cool.
In the night or something like that, and there's no morally relevant difference between.
It is to the people who believe it's moral. You see, like we treat death and murder as if we killed somebody, say like Saddam Hussein, it's an assassination.
Yeah.
It's not murder; it's an execution. It was run by the state, and we also think of it as different aesthetics as well. Like you smash a cockroach, it's fine. You kill a butterfly, it's wrong. You see, so the people that do it morally, they feel fine with that. They do because of the difference in consciousness.
Well, yeah, there's no difference.
They don't gauge it that way.
They don't gauge it. I don't think a lot of the time when we speak to people, they're not thinking in levels of consciousness usually, or they think that animals aren't sentient beings. They aren't feeling creatures. But it is the case that they are. There's no, yeah. I think when it comes to the butterfly instance or the cockroach, we see cockroaches as threats and we see them as ugly, whereas we see a butterfly as innocent and beautiful. But a lot of the time we're thinking about it from us, like we look at a dog and we still exploit them in ways, like we crop their ears and we selectively breed them. Yeah, like Dalmatians can't eat.
I've been against pedigree breeding since I found out what it was. I said, isn't that just inbreeding? And it's,
that's literally what it is, to the point where some of them can't eat solid foods or breathe.
Can't breathe. But my sister, she got some French bulldog a few months back, and
just constant.
It can't breathe properly. And I asked her, I was like, "Love, you really okay with that? This animal's been bred to keep in certain features, to make a sale on it." For us, and it's the same principle with the meat industry, the leather industry, the fur industry, the fish industry, any industry, even cosmetics, anything that basically uses animals.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still that same imbalance, but it's for us. So the blood that they pay, the price that they pay for their pain, it's incompatible to us because we like nice lifestyles.
Yeah, and what's weird is, say, for example, if you're a vegan, you can still have a good lifestyle. I've been vegan for 10 years and I haven't felt the...
10 years. According to the last guy, she should be very unhealthy right now, just like basically on death's door. But look, she's upright. She's standing. Amazing. How do you do it, Elle?
It's a sacrifice.
Obviously, it is. I have to put my hands somewhere else, or sometimes I have to say the word no.
Probably.
Where maybe I would.
It's probably year 11 when all the deficiencies start to show and your body starts to break down. Probably year 11, I'm guessing. So she's coming right up on it. I've got 4 years, and that's when my body's just going to start breaking down.
Wouldn't have, but then the cost that it was to the animal. Sometimes you can't do certain things in a way because of the cost it will have to somebody else.
But arguably, you could say your choice is like it's the man in the mirror. You know, sorry to use a sexist language. I'm just paraphrasing, but it's the man in the mirror. It's you that makes that change. But as long as the industry is still going, and as long as there's chicken still on shelves and in deep fryers, well, then it's still happening. And your choice has only really affected your lives. And if you can convince anybody else, whether you've got a film or whether you've got real information, you know, that persuade people to make a change, you've only really made the change for yourself, and the industry is still going.
The industry is still going, but
blood's still being shed.
Yeah, but you're not contributing to it anymore. You're one less person contributing to it. You're also one more person contributing to the opposite of it, which would be like the substitutes or whatever you're buying at the store. So yes, you impact, whether it's a small impact or a great impact, you impact with your personal choice.
God.
it does mean blood's being shed still. Unfortunately, we can't.
And the reason for people like Vegan Gays here, Elle, and myself, and Kane Defends Animals, and Felix, and Pig's Dream is because we all decided that being vegan wasn't enough for us. We don't want to sit around and wait for the world to change. We want to change the world and be powerful and impact the world. And we're not just going to sit around and wait for people to start behaving ethically, because there doesn't seem to be much interest in that. And the world seems to be that they would rather stay ignorant of these things than face the truth head on and adjust to the truth.
Yeah. It does mean blood's being shed still. Unfortunately, we can't control the behavior of other people. But as more people have consumed, more animals have been exploited and killed. So you are responsible for less animals. Less animals are coming into existence to be exploited.
I mean, that's the bottom line of any business. You have to appeal to the consumer. Without the consumer, the business doesn't stay afloat.
Exactly, supply and demand. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get people to understand their individual power that they have. They can put their hand somewhere else. They can say no. They can not buy these cosmetics or these household products and buy the one that's vegan friendly. You know?
And it's like it's just like it could be the first step. A lot of these carnists argue that it doesn't make enough difference. Well, start with that and then start trying to do what Elle is doing and make an even bigger difference.
You know, they can do that and they will have their own impact.
Why do you think people don't?
I think the main driver is...
Well, why do you think that people don't? It's a good question, which you could probably answer because you're now in that position right now. So the guy probably could answer it for himself.
It's probably social norm, or like peer pressure. If look at circles of people, they all kind of dress similar, think similar, act similar. Yeah, but they're individuals who influence each other.
No, that's my joke.
Yeah, they are. So I think that is like right now we see vegans kind of as a joke. It's kind of as a silly thing.
Yeah, you're being over exaggerating.
Yeah, dramatic, taking it too far.
Yeah, exactly. And you're seen as like there was a whole thing a few years ago, like soy boys.
Soy boys,
like,
yeah.
You know, and then like especially on a male degree, you insult somebody's masculinity.
That does happen.
And that's a large insecurity, because that's what a lot of young men growing up, they need to prove that, you know, by the way that they walk, the way that they talk, the things they do,
and the peer pressure that they do to prove that. Yeah.
But do you not think that really a lot of what our drive comes from is our feelings, our emotions on a chemical level? Because I believe that when people eat, well, not you, personally, but when people eat like cheeseburgers, fast food, etc., etc., it gives them a big dopamine hit, and that's all across the board.
Yeah, but I mean, you can get that dopamine from all different kinds of sources. Felix, I needed to do something with my regret for my non-vegan years. I couldn't change the past, but I can influence the future of others. Yeah. Yeah, same. Because, I mean, it really doesn't matter what we did in the past at this point. There's nothing that we can do about that.
That's all across the board. But I feel like we're more driven by the chemicals inside us than actual facts or even opinions, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing, because when you look at the facts, you know, that animals are sentient, that you can still build muscle as a vegan. There's no in the outcome data, there's no difference or anything like that. But we are emotional beings. If we like something, we like the taste, we like the sensory pleasure that we get from it, we'll carry on doing it until it seems that it's wrong.
Also, this idea of like masculinity, like, why would it be masculine to just like follow the leader, you know, follow the herd? That's not masculine. That's weak. So we know this. Everybody in this chat knows this is displaced masculinity, fragile masculinity. But I mean, it's especially when people are clinging to meat eating as a form of showing their masculinity. To me, that just tells me they're compensating for their insecurity.
And it's only wrong, really, for a lot of people if they have social pressures stopping them from doing it. If we lived in this world of like, oh, nothing's wrong, nothing matters.
Yeah.
And you can do whatever you want.
Like basically a state of apathy and nihilation.
Yeah. If people took that to its extreme, people would do a lot of really bad things.
They would, yeah. It would be like what those biblical cities called Sodom and etc. Where God in the Bible said, you know, there's nothing else I can do but let it burn. Start from scratch. But the point of what I'm saying is, I watched a documentary some time ago, and I was looking into the psychology of primates. And there was these chimpanzees that would specifically target and kidnap children, but they'd eat them. And there was a lot of signs of the chimpanzee groups actually eating meat, and a lot of the pundits on the matter, they said the same thing. They just like it.
Yeah.
They just like it. And I think, well, they don't exactly have the same moral compass or the advancement in consciousness that we have, but they're still, if you believe Darwin's theory, they're still where we came from, and that's where our roots are. And that's what I think of a lot of our roots. So I like to apply that to our current question of, well, why do they do it? Because they like it and it makes them feel good. So why do we like it? Because we like it and it makes us feel good. Like that's the point of what I'm getting to.
Well, there's something interesting in that. Actually, one of our closest ape relatives is the bonobo, and they are I think they're called the pygmy gorilla, or also known as that. But they're known as they call them the hippies of the ape world, and they share most DNA with us and the orangutans, and they are actually peaceful societies. They're matriarchal, interestingly. Yeah, and they're very peaceful. They deal with everything's quite intimate, and they are our closest relative, and we can actually learn a lot from them. We take a lot from chimps, and a lot of time people say it to justify bad things. Sometimes they do that.
Well, the thing is, there's a fine line between an excuse and an explanation.
Yes.
You could even.
Right. It's just very interesting. Like, what you've just watched, like this stuff probably about factory farming. I don't know what was on the screen. Probably about factory farming. And now we're talking about chimps. I don't know. It's just very interesting, like where people's minds go when they're kind of wrestling with these moral ethics. Because this seems such like a diversion from the topic. I mean, he's talking about why do we do these horrible things? Yeah, it's just not what my mind would be because he's talking like the whole focus is meant to be on the person. A lot of people who are doing it take it away from themselves and put it onto society as a whole and start trying to grapple with why does humanity do this, instead of looking at themselves first.
Even say how we were saying about peer pressure, like in terms of the fashion industry, let's say Fair or something.
Sorry to
Fur becomes
interrupt
popular.
frequently, but like if you're trying to answer the question for yourself, why does humanity do this? Look at yourself. You're a human, and ask yourself, why do I do this? And what ought I do?
People wearing fur. Well, it's just a trend, and I wanted to get the nice one, other than the faux stuff. So, but that's where it can go on that same line. Is as an excuse or as an explanation? Because if somebody watched this and then went straight over to, I don't know, McDonald's or Five Guys, someplace like that, or even if they just went and bought meat in the supermarket, do you think what do you think they would say?
Well,
do you think their answer would be an excuse or an explanation?
I think when it's dealing with morality and dealing with affecting others in a harmful way, it's an excuse. But when there's no victim, it could be an explanation. That's how I distinguish it.
I think they work on a parallel.
Yeah. Well, I say if I've done something wrong, I go, this is an explanation, not an excuse. I do say that. Because, I've done something that's affected someone else. So that's just my explanation for why I did it. It's not excusing why I did it. And when we look at the justifications people use for consuming animals or their secretions, they're very much logical fallacies, or they lead to absurd conclusions in the human context. And that's the thing, these animals, they are
Fucking Iditarod. Okay.
like us. It's weird. We say they can hear maybe better than we can. They can see sometimes better than we can. But for some reason, they can't feel maybe even better than we can.
It's ridiculous because I think it was only up until the mid-50s that they decided that children can feel.
Since we saw that ad about the Iditarod, I can shout out my friend Doggo. We did a cool couple of interviews about the sled dog racing industry. Check those out. They're on my channel. Some of my earlier interviews, I think.
They used to operate on young infants without anesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's really where we're coming from, to what degree, and it's the same with like children's mental health.
Yep.
Like a child they're not mature enough to have depression or like experience trauma, etc., etc. And if we're only making these leaps and bounds now,
it makes you wonder.
It makes you wonder, because that means that we're really just in our infancy.
Yes. Especially when it comes to civilization and ethics.
Yeah. So back on topic, is that why you're involved with this organization? You make the choices you make. Is it on an ethics basis?
Yeah, completely ethics.
The link is the first interview I did on the sled dog racing industry.
10 years ago, nearly 11.
That's good.
And it was the dairy industry.
Nearly 11 years? Oh my God, she's got so little time left.
Is that babies were taken away from their mothers.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it. And I thought that animal cruelty, exploitation, I didn't think of exploitation and commodification, but I just thought cruel stuff happened somewhere. But I don't know where, like somewhere else.
Well, I mean, like the milk that animals produce, it's all to give their young
Their baby.
start in life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you could argue, yeah, that exactly is exploitation. So what you were saying was, did you turn vegetarian and then go vegan after you found out the dairy industry was the way it was?
No, because it switched a thing in my brain. I was like, oh, the whole thing is wrong. I was just like,
Well,
oh,
that's
I have
what
to
I
go
think, yeah.
vegan. Like that, and there will be something to do further in the future. But veganism is the next step where you're just saying, I'm not going to commodify, pay for these animals, and I'm going to behave in a way that considers animals, even the way you treat dogs when you see them. You
Well, it's all across the board. It's like you don't just eat for one day and you're good for the week.
Yeah.
You have to maintain these things, and that's the thing with morals is if they're not maintained, then they're like laws. They're just paper.
Yeah.
They're just a piece of paper.
Exactly. So yeah,
He sounds pretty cool and on board with everything. I wonder if he's already decided that he's changing based on what he watched or what. I don't know. He's really talking in meta though. He really wants to talk about like humanity rather than himself.
Ethics, and then I understood and started making the connection, and I was like, oh, animals deserve their negative rights and they should be left alone. And this veganism isn't even something nice to do.
Which to be charitable, like maybe he's like leapfrogged right over going vegan and is like, how can I advocate?
A minimum. It's I'm leaving you alone. And then obviously you want to do more, so you become an activist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what kind of defenses do you hear a lot of people say? Like you said before about fashion, nutrition.
Mhm.
What are those the most common defenses you hear when people are
Crop
questioned
deaths.
about? Well, why do you
Crop deaths? My number one. Number one is crop deaths for me. What is y'all's number one? What about you, Felix?
you indulge in such industries?
A lot of it seems quite like a defensive thing because people will talk about plant sentience.
Yeah, that's pretty common too.
And then, like that's the thing with the whole trans debate. They say, well, then I guess I'm an attack helicopter. Like that.
Yeah, they take it
they
to
blow
where
it out of proportion.
Mhm.
They make you look ridiculous. And if you get an audience that nods their heads, then they'll say, oh wow, that's really good.
That's really insightful.
Like,
Yeah.
what a really good point. And it kind of puts off the whole fact that they've just thrown the argument to make you look ridiculous.
Yeah, completely.
Complete childish extreme,
And then it's like when you look into it, say plants were sentient, well, we're feeding plants to these animals to then kill them. It's part of the trophic pyramid.
Well, they're raised to die.
Yeah.
That's the thing with even cows in India to make leather. They're all just
sent
raised.
off, yeah.
They're all just raised to die. And on ethical standpoints, a lot of places will say free range eggs on the packets. They'll say, well, look, the life they lived before we killed them is still nice.
Even worse, they had a lovely life.
But at the end of the day, they say bottom dollar. We need to, keep the industry. That's what they're here for. That's why we've made our investments as business people to buy this livestock to then kill it and then use the carcass or whatever, the bones, everything. That's the whole point. So.
But that's the problem. So we see them as commodities. And as soon as you see them as commodities, they're in danger. Their whole life is in danger. And then we do these things. And then the stuff you saw in the screen, we don't bat an eyelid. Did you know why they pull out the testicles of those piglets?
So they can't reproduce.
No, it's so that they taste nice.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
well, the
Bortane.
would.
Yeah.
They say like the fear as well. I know that they cut off the tail.
Bortane.
Would.
Yeah.
That guy, I can see him trying to flag people down. I'm wondering if, because Elle has the microphone, if people are more apt to walk up to speak with her. Which, sometimes when you're doing like a cube type thing and you're trying to get people to stop, it can be difficult sometimes. I didn't even think about maybe a microphone, even one that's not working might help. Like just hold a microphone. It'd be better to film it though, but
they say like the fear as well. I know that they cut off the tails and the teeth because they attack each other.
Protein,
because the conditions are so bad.
They get mental cognitively fucked up.
And it's so weird. We have
Vegan Gaze is in the house. Show that comment there. The mic actually turns a lot of people away. I get why, but yeah, a few people are down to talk to it. Oh, I thought it would have been the opposite. Because I feel like a lot of people, aren't they attracted to, you know, fame, like internet fame? Like, yeah, I want to be on video. Interesting.
Studies showing that they express anxiety,
Yeah,
and it's like, well, how can they not feel if they're experiencing anxiety when you put them in these conditions?
and it's the same with I've been noticing this a lot when I was looking into cage madness.
By the way, Elle, once again, great job staying patient with the last debate, especially this one, even because this is quite a lengthy one as well. At least this guy seems to be on board. But oh man, that one. I was in your stream for the very beginning of that. I think I had to go like about a minute in. So I had seen to the point where you were asking him for evidence, but I did not see the rest of that. And I don't blame you for cutting him off at about the 20-minute mark. Oh God. That one. Yeah. Those are the types of debates, conversations, whatever, that I start to question my faith in humanity. Not that I had much faith in it to begin with.
That a lot of
Or like zoocosis.
yeah, like stuff like that, and apparently, like people get that a similar level of that in societies as well, living in the concrete.
Yeah, and I didn't leave because it was painful. The first time I just had to go do something, I think, but yeah. But it made for great content. It did. I'm glad you do those debates and that you stay patient long enough that they can just keep feeding them the rope. Let them do with it what they will.
Jungles.
Yeah.
But I don't know how we can document something such as cage madness or zoocosis.
For your own sanity, Elle, but otherwise it was very entertaining. Sorry, let me back up.
And, apparently, like people get that a similar level of that in societies as well, living in the concrete jungles.
Yeah.
But I don't know how we can document something such as cage madness or zoocosis, but then we can say the fish don't have any feelings.
Fish don't have feelings,
so,
yeah.
so we can really just whack a fire poker into them, and that's good.
Yeah. Like we saw someone as I was coming here with a fishing hook, and it's like you're going to hook that into their face. They're going to feel that, and then they're going to maybe die.
But they let them go after. But the truth is that actually most fish that are reintroduced back into the population after they've made the connection that okay, so I've eaten something I thought was food. It wasn't food. It hurt me very much, and I was basically pulled out to their version of space. They actually do become traumatized because of that, and then they say, well, food got me here, so I can't eat food now.
Yeah, negative association.
And that happens a lot in your more intelligent fish like trout, etc., carp do that.
That's interesting. I had heard that like when if you caught a fish, if you were fishing, you caught a fish and they got injured in their mouth, I didn't think about psychological trauma. I just heard that, they may have an injury to their mouth such that they can no longer feed properly. But yeah, that's an interesting point he just made that, when I tried to bite on this thing, that caused me all this pain. So now I'm afraid to eat. That's pretty interesting. This guy seems cool. Like, what do you think was going on? I guess we'll find out here at the end. But okay, you got to sleep, hell. He seemed to have leapfrogged veganism and gone right to vegan activism. And I wonder if that was a defense mechanism to keep the focus off of himself. But yeah. But you go to sleep, Al. It's late for you. I know that. Thanks for stopping in, guys. Subscribe to Vegan Gaze and Vegan FTA if you haven't already. And I know you all have. But if you're watching this back later, do so.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we can gather all this information and yet still make the choices that. Do you think it would have something to do with an emotional disconnection?
Oh, 100%.
We put it off to the side, like with me with smoking. Like I say, well, I know it's bad for me. The packet tells me it kills me every day. We have years and years and years of our science and evidence gathered up to this kills you.
Yeah.
But I put it off because it gives me that good feeling, and that's why I think I come back to. I think that a lot of the time when we eat, it boosts our endorphins, our dopamine, and it acts in a way as drugs do. So that's
Yeah.
that's like the point I was making, you know.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's the
what I
same
feel
when you
about.
have a burger or anything. I think people don't realize you can enjoy like a vegan burger. But I think the fundamental problem and what we're trying to do here is make people make the connection so they actually see the animal as victims. Like you with smoking, there's no real victim. Like
There is, yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like a lot of people like they had like one of those early vegan burgers that didn't taste that great like 10 years ago, and now they just associate all the vegan food as tasting bad. And if they would just try the Beyond Burger or the Impossible or whatever, then they would find out that the vegan food is delicious. So delicious. Like so delicious ice cream, you know? I guess I was really lucky because when I went vegan 7 years ago, Beyond was already a thing. Yeah. And it was really popping off at that time. Like within a year, I think, of me going vegan, I think like within 2 years, then there was the Impossible Whopper. And I was like, oh, I can go to get fast food again, which I don't do much anymore. Like I haven't gotten fast food in forever, but I mean, it seemed like a renaissance of vegan food. Like so many new vegan products came out at that time. So I was super lucky.
apart you are doing it yourself. But as soon as you had someone in a car with you, like a child,
Exactly.
you are affecting that child. And what we're saying is there is a child in the car with you, like when you're doing the meat eating, basically. So, yeah. But yeah, this has been really insightful, and I hope that you can see. I don't know how you view animals, but you seem quite switched on when it comes to them being commodified. But do you think you would go vegan?
Well, I've thought about it before. I actually fell into the trap of worrying about how much nutrition I was getting.
Mhm.
Like I started worrying that, well, maybe I could get real sick from this. But then again, there is a. It's like, well, if you take meat out of your diet, you don't increase. Well, you don't have a substitute. Like say you get protein from beans and etc. Like that.
Seitan,
Well, then, exactly, you're gonna get sick. So I was vegetarian for a time, and then I considered, well,
Not necessarily. We get too much protein, or we get more than enough protein. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if a lot of people think like all you can eat is like vegetables and fruits, yeah, you'll probably get sick if that's all you eat. But yeah,
well, if I'm still buying eggs, I'm still buying cheese, I'm still drinking milk in my coffee, etc., etc. Well, then I'm still profiting the industry.
You are, so
I'm still profiting the industry.
all needs to go in the bin.
Like,
Yes.
that's the thing. So like when it comes to it, as I did make the change back to meat, and I was thinking for a long while, like, is this really like ethical? But I, put it away in the drawer because I was like, well, I'm not worrying about that. I've got other things I need to worry about.
he's honest too. I like that about him. He's just honest and self-critical, and he's self-evaluating.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The film's kind of changed my mind again because it's opened the door. So it's like behind the iron curtain.
Yeah.
It's what's always been there.
Yeah.
And that's the price that gets paid. It's not really you.
Mhm.
Like you're fine. You're fed.
Yeah.
The animals are dead.
The animals are dead. Exactly. But yeah, I want to reassure you when it comes
That's
to
a trademark slogan.
trademark.
What was
When it
it?
comes,
Sorry,
I
let me
wanna reassure
get that.
The animals are dead.
Mhm.
Like you're fine. You're fed.
Yeah.
The animals are dead.
The animals are dead. Exactly.
Guys, be careful with that phrase. You're fed, the animals are dead. It's trademarked. Oh, damn. I just said it. I'm going to have to pay that guy now. Felix, I gave up meat nearly 23 years ago, and I don't recall people being so protein obsessed back then. Interesting. 23 years ago. So that would have been like 2002. Okay. Yeah, I wonder, like, where did we get so protein obsessed from then? I don't know.
But yeah, I want to reassure you when it comes
That's
to
a trademark slogan.
trademark. When it comes to your nutrition, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics states that plant-based diets are suitable for all stages of life. In fact, they can be beneficial.
Like fed for dogs as well.
Yeah.
Like dogs can be vegan.
Yeah, and so we don't need to worry. Obviously, people are going to be saying it, and emotionally, it's going to affect us, and we're going to get scared that it's going to have an effect on.
I was just going to say W guy, and there's a little W right there. There's one right there. W's surrounding this guy. W guy on the street. He's surrounded by W's, and he's living up to it.
On us, but ultimately, as you say, it's the cost. You're fed, they're dead.
Yeah, and it was, it was actually
Pay up, L, pay up.
What put me on to going vegetarian in the first place is when I was real young. I did turn vegetarian, but my grandmother didn't like it, so she said, "No, you need to eat meat." And she would always say, "Do you want a sausage roll?" And she'd bring it out, stuff like that. Like, because in a way, you can say that people are brainwashed. That we're all brainwashed to some degree, but that really is an old school brainwashing. But the thing that actually made me change later in life was I read that book, Tender as the Flesh.
Oh yeah, Tender as the Flesh. Yeah, I've heard that.
Oh yeah, that's a good book, by the way. Tender as the Flesh. Y'all know that book? It's a fictional book about like people farming humans for meat, I believe. Yeah, and there was one that I read even before that was very similar premise called Animals, a novel. I remember this. The author is Don LePan, Lepan, Don LePan. Animals, a novel. It's pretty chilling. Yeah, recommend those books to people because they're both about like if humans were farmed for meat. And with Animals, a novel, it was like humans were like a luxury item. So they were like the foie gras, they were like for the wealthy. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah,
it's about the same. Like maybe Morrissey has a point
because we associate.
It's interesting that he read that. So yeah, I've heard of people reading Tender as the Flesh, and I guess it doesn't get people all the way because I've never heard someone tell me, yeah, I read this book, Tender as the Flesh, and I went vegan. I mean, I'm sure not a ton of people. I think it's a popular novel, but you're not going to run into a lot of people that read the same book. But
consuming animals, hurting animals is actually a bad thing, but we think bad people. So, and we're like, my friends can't be bad people. The farmer can't be a bad person. I can't be a bad person, and we'll defend it and reshape reality in order to,
That was the point that we were speaking about before we got real lost.
Yeah, tangent central.
No, it's okay. We obviously got a lot to say.
There's a lot to say about this, isn't there?
There's a lot. But yeah, what's the name of your group? WTF?
WTF? We the Free. I've got a card if you want to.
Yeah, I'll think about doing it.
Yeah, that would be good to have insightful conversations with, because you've got insightful things to say, and it'd be good for people to hear them.
It's not about what I got to say. It's really what I got to do.
Yeah, got to do. It's all action based.
It's all that. And to be honest, I don't know. I've just been thinking. I've been changing a lot of my ways recently. And I've just been thinking, well, it's a good point, and it still stands. Whether I want to shut it out or whether I don't. At the end of the day, it's industry built on blood.
Well, it might be perfect timing to see this then, I suppose, if you're changing things. And it does hold true still. And I'm glad that you are open-minded and see those seeds basically growing inside.
Mine's like an umbrella. Doesn't work unless it's open.
True.
Nice.
True. I like that. I'll be using
another
that.
trademark. Probably another trademark. Don't say that, guys. I just linked to those two books, and I'm sorry to link to The Devil, Amazon, but I didn't know how else to look them up.
That was Frank Zappa.
Oh, was it?
Oh, that was Frank Zappa. We can use that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
That guy was cool. I like him. All right, so I linked to those books. Here is this video, so make sure you guys go check out that video and show it some love. Jeffrey Phillips, what's up? Nice to see you. Thanks for popping into my stream. Jeffrey, I was just looking up about your past during your last stream. That was interesting. Yeah, I didn't know your history. You're an interesting guy. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, when should I come on your show? That would be fun. And ditto, you should come on mine. I'll interview you. Yeah, I didn't know about your past in the music industry and everything. So I think I had only seen your debates with Garland Farms. Yeah, that will be fun. Let's react to some of your, like, what should I react to for you, Jeffrey? Let me see. Like, we could always do the Garland debates. That'd be pretty fun. I know there's multiple. Do you guys want to relive that? Oh, nice. You did a post-debate chat with Chris Hines. That's pretty cool. Chris Hines is such a nice guy. Really nice guy. I can't wait for his film to come out. Oh, my email. Here, I'll just write it. There you go. Joey Schwartz, yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. I forgot about that guy. Let's do that. Oh my God. Whatever happened to this guy? Is this it? Let me just. This it right here? Joey Schwartz caught lying about meat longevity. Or wait, that's not the debate, is it? Carnivore Comrade. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Let me back up. Here, let me mod you. Yeah, I just modded you, Jeffrey. Could you link me to it? That'll be fun. It's fun to react to things when the person is in the chat, because then we can ask you questions as well. Now you guys behave, all right? Because now we've got Kane. I think Kane's lurking. He's got the power. Jeffrey's got the power. This is well regulated now. This chat, well regulated. How you doing, Dennis? Nice to see you. Dennis, you behave now. Jeffrey Phillips has got the power. We're going to react to this very funny debate. Don't get triggered, Dennis. Don't get triggered by it. Pig's Dream. Oh my God. You need the power. You deserve the power as well. Pig's Dream, you are powerful now. By the way, I can remove the modding. I won't ban you, Dennis, but these guys, there's no telling what they'll do. Everybody's getting modded up. Felix, you want to be? Felix needs mod power too. I'm adding Felix. 4 mods now. And Dennis, if you go vegan, you'll get modded. I cannot mod a non-vegan. Non-vegans have enough power in this world. And by the way, y'all, I know y'all probably know this about my channel, but I don't want people banned in general unless they're like being absolutely insane. Thank you, Jeffrey. Oh yeah, this guy. Oh, this is gonna be fun. All right, let me present that. Ooh, this one's long too, but we'll do it. We'll do it. Hey, Dennis, you know this guy? Jeffrey's cool.
Cool.
That's Jeffrey.
Ready when you are.
Okay, yeah. So how do you want to go about this? Do you want to bring forth a proposition, or do you want to just do something similar to what Durian Ryder and I did, where it's kind of just back and forth without a structure?
Well, we should probably start off. We could probably do a little introduction. Then it would be, we should probably like agree on some measures or markers of health. And then maybe go from there, I guess. Or maybe go over some definitions and some things to make sure we're on the same page.
Does anybody know why he shut his channel down? Is it just because he kept getting so Nutrivore, Durian Ryder, and I destroyed this guy's career? That's why he quit YouTube. That's pretty funny.
You know, when you say vegan or plant-based or carnivore, or like
I was hoping that he just saw the light, you know,
any of these things, just because I think the definitions of things, you know, a lot of people don't know the actual definitions of a lot of these words.
Sure.
Just so we make sure before we start a debate that, like, you know, if we're going to be talking about health, we need to both agree on, you know, what is healthy.
Okay, so
we don't have
right. So what are the parameters you want to use to define health?
Well, that's what we'll get into once we start.
Yeah. No, I'm ready. Yeah.
Oh, we're going now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so in my opinion,
yeah, I think this guy is super young too, by the way. He's like 18, maybe even younger.
I'm an endurance athlete. Like I ride bicycles like Harley.
Oh wow.
And I've been able to you know, tune myself in pretty well. And you know, being an endurance athlete, so I obviously think that, you know, being able to endure life and you know, have enough energy to do anything possible and you know, live a long or be in your prime a long amount of time too, I think. Being able to handle stress, the stress of life, and having.
And I didn't know this until just the other day, but Jeffrey used to be in a band, like a really popular band called Hollywood Undead, right? Right, Jeffrey? And like a rap emo thing.
Having a life free of disease, being in your prime long, you know, those types of things I'd probably say are pretty good markers or measures of health.
So what I have here is being able to endure, and you can, I guess, qualify or quantify that by your performance and endurance training, and then you also have like hard health outcomes when it comes to chronic disease. I wouldn't take the first one, but I would take the second one.
Which one?
I wouldn't take endurance as a marker of health.
Why not?
I just don't think that's a fair, because there's plenty of endurance athletes who die extremely young.
Articulate why. Like I
That's
understand.
that's what I'm doing. Yeah, there's plenty of endurance athletes who don't have longevity, who don't appear to be extremely healthy by appearance or actually in health. I mean, people oftentimes they run.
You could argue that endurance would be, for an athlete, would be like the #1 marker of health. I would think, like, if I was trying to measure the health of an athlete, endurance would be #1. Because anytime like I felt like my endurance was low, I'm like, damn, that, like, you don't feel healthy. So this is a weird comment. Like, strength is the thing that I would think would not be a great indicator of health, because you might drop dead of a heart attack. Sure, you could drop dead of a heart attack if you had great endurance, but the endurance is kind of the indicator that your cardio is really functioning well, you
A
know, like,
marathon and they're extremely sick for days after. I mean, there's a lot of flaws.
Well, yeah, that's not.
I mean, I just think there's a lot of flaws with using the ability to endure difficult physical strenuous activity as a marker for health. I just wouldn't take it.
Okay, you don't. So, like thinking back, you like thinking back to primal days, right? So you don't think it would have been you don't think it would be a good thing to be able to run far and fast for a long time?
Oh, it definitely would have been. I just don't think it's a marker for wouldn't be something that I consider to be a marker for overall health. As far as like the markers that I actually value, like longevity, avoiding chronic disease, I don't think your ability to run is going to be indicative of avoiding those diseases. So I wouldn't. I just wouldn't take it. I mean,
Wouldn't
yeah,
it be
I wouldn't take
okay?
it.
Being able, okay, if you need to, do some sort of emergency situation where you're moving lots of people or fighting, you said, what, mammoths, woolly mammoths and stuff like that?
Mammoths, megafauna,
Mastodons.
elephants,
Yeah.
mastodons. Yeah.
You said slow moving,
Yeah.
So mastodons are slow. What other animals do you think that are these slow moving animals?
I mean, mammoths, mastodons. There's bigger elephants.
How fast do you think they go? Top speed.
How's any of this relevant?
It's super relevant.
Did he concede those debates too? Like, did he admit he lost? Because I feel like I saw, did I see Vegan Gains debate him? And I feel like he conceded. Or am I thinking of Frank Tefano? I mean, I know Frank Tefano did. What was funny, like, when Frank Tefano debated Vegan Gains the 3rd time, he did this intro to the debate where he was like doing like a ring announcement, like in boxing or wrestling. And he said that his record was 0-2 against Vegan Gains.
How fast do you think, if you say that we didn't need to be fast and we didn't need to run far?
I'm not. No. You're totally misrepresenting. No. You are totally misrepresenting my points. I'm not saying we won't benefit from endurance. I'm saying just because we can benefit. I'm saying look, listen. Just because there are plenty of situations where we can benefit from being fat, it doesn't mean that being fat is a benefit for longevity.
How fast do you think mastodons are? Just answer the question.
No.
We have plenty of time. You can answer the question.
No. You're totally going on a tangent that's completely not interacting. No. Look, what you're saying is not interacting with anything.
I'm proving the marker of health. You challenge you. This is a debate. I gave you my marker of health. You disagreed. You gave me you articulated it. Now I'm able to respond. This is a debate.
I want you to understand something. You are saying that it is a benefit by virtue of it being good for us at certain times, correct? You're saying that
I haven't finished what I've said yet because you cut me off.
I'm not cutting you off. I need to clarify something. You are saying that this is a marker for good health. I need to respond. I need to clarify my perspective.
You did. I don't agree. You told me you just articulated what it was, ridiculous. And then you let me respond, and then you cut me off.
Dude, you're asking me how fast a megafauna runs. It's a stupid question. It doesn't interact with anything we're saying. It's not relevant.
Absolutely is. You don't know it's not because you won't let me finish.
This is ridiculous. You need to let me respond.
How fast do you think these slow-moving animals? You've said slow-moving. You just said that they were slow-moving. So answer. How fast do you think they are?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's totally speculative.
33 miles an hour. A mastodon can move.
Look.
And they're sprinters, right? They're sprinters. They can only run for a short amount of time. They can't breathe. They can't sweat like us. They can't they can't do the things we can do. So
this is so ridiculous.
these mastodons sprint. It would be really good for a human to be able to run a long time and chase them down and wear them out to kill them. If what you're saying is real, and we used to hunt all the time,
Right, Dennis?
Are you done?
No, I'm not done. If we
I like that. I like that he's already super amused by this. Yeah, they're both smiling. It's good natured.
used to hunt nonstop, being able to endure and chase down animals that are faster than us and keep a pace on them and eventually catch up with them because they don't have our physiology. We're suited to run long time and keep running. So if you're in bad shape, you can't run a long time and endure for a long time. So you're saying that we're all sick. All us endurance athletes are sick and unhealthy. But if we were sick and unhealthy, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we do.
Oh my god. Okay. Here's a problem with your argument. That makes it totally ridiculous.
Let's do it. You can respond.
Thank you. Okay. You are saying that being able to endure to run a long time is good for health by virtue of it being beneficial in certain times of life. So being beneficial for hunting. The problem with that.
Yeah, sure, but it's also an indicator that your body is functioning properly. How do you not understand this? Like when you're running, your heart speeds up. It's trying to pump blood all over your body at a fast rate. And if you're healthy, it can do that. If you're unhealthy, it can't do that. That's why unhealthy people can't run long. This is
that argument is that I could then say it's good to be fat when you go to war because then when you get stabbed, it's less likely to pierce an organ. But we know that being fat is not good in the long. Listen, but we're not good. We know that being fat is not good in the long term. So what's the distinction?
And what makes us fat, Joey? What makes someone fat? Could it be consuming foods that are high in saturated fat, for instance, high in calories? What do you think, Joey?
Distinction. If you can't create a distinction.
Real quick, Joey. Which population of people has like the lowest body index? Would it be the carnivores or the vegans?
I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying what you've said over and over in your past videos is absolutely inaccurate. That's what I'm saying. So my measure, and if you're in, like what you just said isn't even true, because if you're fat and you get dropped off on a desert island with me, I'll die before you because you have those fat stores to keep you living longer. So what you just
we're talking about long-term health. We're talking about long-term health.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, you'd probably go after that fat boy, right? Because you'd be like, yeah, I could get a lot of nutrition from a lot of fat stores if I killed and ate that guy.
Yes,
being fat is not good for long-term health.
Is staying in my prime a long time, not simply living to be 116. What if you're spending the last 40 years of your life in a hospital? That's not very good quality of life. That's not really like old people check out all the time, because they don't want to hang out in a gurney in a hospital for 35 years with no family around. Like that stuff happens all the time. Longevity isn't a marker of health necessarily if you're using it that way.
Okay, so you're not taking.
Well, I take his point. Like you could definitely,
no,
you could be in poor health for a very long time. Although I would say, definitely if you're you could, in a sense, use longevity as a valid marker, in my opinion.
And it should be the entire. You don't believe that being in your prime longer is a marker of health? Is that what?
Well, if that were true, Dennis, then you would see that vegans were the fattest, but you don't see that.
You're saying?
Of course, that's no. Being in your prime for a long time is a marker of health,
and that's what I'm saying is almost more important than longevity. I would say probably at least on par. You're saying longevity is the end all, but I'm saying it being in your prime a long time is probably the end all.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, how about I think I'm going to try to work with you here. So how about instead of saying being in your prime all the time, we say avoiding chronic disease? How about that? Because
Absolutely. Sure.
Is that fine?
Yeah, great. And who avoids chronic disease the most? Joey, did you bring the receipts? Joey. I can see why he shut his YouTube channel down. He must have been getting donked on. I remember this guy. I'm glad Jeffrey reminded me about him. Because yeah, we haven't seen him in a while.
Fine. Okay.
That's one thing. That's like one parameter.
Okay, but
We're
I'm
trying to,
not going to accept
like,
the endurance thing.
okay.
Like, yes, I'm not
So
going to accept that.
maybe you could give me an example of
That may
someone
be
who
true,
you think
Dennis.
is extremely healthy.
Uh,
You don't think
why
that?
is that?
Carnivore dieters apparently lose a lot of weight right at the beginning and then are going to pay for it very quickly when their cholesterol skyrockets. They're going to lower their cholesterol right away because when you lower your fat, when you lower your body index, your cholesterol will go down. But if you're consuming a high amount of cholesterol and saturated fat, it's going to go right back up.
Okay. If you don't think that helps the conversation, then we don't have to. But I'm trying to agree on something with you.
Yeah,
Like we need to find we need to agree
right.
before we go any farther on a marker of health.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty obvious. Like I'm not going to accept endurance, being able to run a long time as a marker for health, but I will accept.
But it helps your argument so much that we used to hunt all the time. Why would you not accept that?
Because it's too difficult to debate on because it's hard to quantify vegan versus carnivore.
You've made this statement many times in your videos that we didn't have to run fast, or in Harley's video, at least in Harley's video, that we didn't have to run fast and endurance wasn't important because we were hunting slow-moving animals. But 33 miles an hour is not slow. A human's top speed, not talking like Olympic humans, but your normal human is 5.9 miles an hour is their fastest. So it would help your argument.
Yeah, it sounds like we're arguing on his turf, and now he's saying let's not talk about this.
That we used to go out and hunt animals. If you'd agree that endurance is probably really was a good thing back in the day, and endurance is a good marker of energy of health.
I think you're conflating these things.
No, you can watch your video.
No. I think you're conflating something being beneficial at a certain period of time for being beneficial for overall health, longevity, wellness, preventing disease. These things are not the same. And I want to make a very clear distinction that what is good for us in certain times is not necessarily good in the long term. I want to focus on long-term hard health outcomes like how long you live, chronic diseases, things like that. Let's stick with that. And let's also just stick with regular markers. I'm fine with sticking with markers of other markers of short-term health, but I don't think endurance is a good one. Like I would be fine with doing things like
that's fine.
Like sicknesses, like bone fractures, certain short-term birthing
bone fractures
defects
come from blunt force most of the time.
Well, a proclivity to experience more bone fractures. I'm fine with some short-term stuff, but I'm not going to take endurance. So
bone fractures isn't like, when you hit a certain health point, you start breaking bones. Like that's only like in certain diseases. But like that's I don't know. That's not. I don't think that's the greatest.
I'm just kind of spitballing like some things that we could do in the short term. I'm just saying, endurance is not something that I'll take. So
I'm guessing one of his idols. What was that guy's name? Damn it, I'm blanking. That guy that had to apologize for being on steroids and still has a following somehow. Lizard, no. Something. What King? What is his name? Liver King. I wanted to say Lizard King.
Well, disease then. I suppose we can do
Lizard
diseases.
King.
Yeah.
Because clearly, if you're getting diseases, you're clearly not healthy.
Right. And that could be.
He must have fallen off the map himself because I haven't heard his name in a while.
Yeah.
Okay, so our marker of health is not getting diseases.
That can be something as well as we can do.
Or a major thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great.
And
let's talk about that.
I think longevity is a good one too.
So longevity and disease, and okay.
Hi, I'm Jeff Corwin. The International Fund for Animal Welfare, what we call IFAW, is a world leader.
Also, I mean, I think there are other markers that we can basically just that are like we can reasonably agree on, like sexual health, like just
reproductive health,
very
sure.
very standard things that we could probably disagree on.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I got a good idea of what you're thinking. I don't. It would be good to have a personal example, because clearly you don't think I'm healthy. You think I'm, probably protein deficient, and you probably think I'm sterile, and I think you probably have diabetes and eating disorder. So we aren't going to agree that we're healthy. Correct?
Do you supplement?
Huh? Of course.
Do you supplement?
Of course.
Well, what do you supplement with?
Is this? Huh?
What do you supplement with?
I saw B12.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think. How long have you been vegan for?
I first went vegan in 1993.
Yeah.
1993 through probably 2000, and then 2017 this last run. So I was vegan for a long time. I grew up vegetarian, but like omnivorous. My mom sometimes would give us chicken and like organic chickens and stuff like that. But I went vegan when I was like in my early 20s, around 94, and I was vegan until I moved to LA, and I got caught up I was in a band called Hollywood Undead that got pretty big, or still pretty big, and I got caught up doing the whole rock star thing, and I kind of lost touch with my health. And I was eating a standard American diet for probably 5 years until I started eating healthier again, and I actually did carnivore keto for a few years before going vegan again. And my latest run, so since 2017 to 2021.
So Jeffrey has done a lot of different things. Yeah, this is Jeffrey, Dennis. This is Jeffrey Phillips right here.
And vegan, but I've done pretty much. I've had, I've been a carnivore. I've been a vegan.
Really
I've been a pescatarian. I've done all the things. I did the intermittent fasting. I've done all that stuff, and somehow I'm back to being vegan and high carb vegan.
Correct. Yes.
Extremely high carb vegan, and this has been where I've had the most success, physically, mentally, and in every other aspect.
Okay, sure.
So long, to answer your question, longer than you've been alive.
Right. I was just going to make that point.
Yeah, I don't think you're necessarily unhealthy. I think most people, if they did what you did, would be unhealthy, but it really depends on how fast your nutrient stores deplete.
I don't really believe that.
Well, but Jeffrey, now this is probably a few years old now, right? So you're probably even more depleted now. Oh, Jeffrey, are you okay? We might need to call the ambulance for Jeffrey, guys, because it sounds like he's been vegan for a really long time.
Okay, well,
most people that stop being vegan due to lack of willpower.
Right.
And then they talk shit about it because they failed at it. So of course they're gonna, they have incentive to talk shit about the diet. That's why you have so many people talking crap on YouTube. Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean that's pretty that's pretty crazy given the strong ethical ties people have to veganism.
Most people don't put a ton of effort.
Good point, Joey. Good point.
Into dieting, and so when they go vegan,
but the reason why they do that is because they aren't ethical vegans. In most cases, there are people who are trying a diet, and then they do talk shit about it afterwards because they failed on it, because they were trying some like crazy diet, some raw vegan shit or something, or they're just people who are just prone to like, what's the last YouTube video that I've seen? I believe that. I believe this. I believe that. It's just like that guy, Vegetable Police, Richard was telling me about, like he said that basically that guy, which it's true, he goes from diet to diet, vegan, carnivore, vegan, carnivore. He's done it like 80 billion times, and it's because it's based on the last thing that he's seen.
They just completely don't eat enough, and they
basically.
become, you know, like you said, nutrient deficient. But if you know, if you have the willpower, you can correctly do the vegan diet very easily. But it's, you know, it's fad dieters. It's people trying things out that don't really have their heart in it, like someone like me.
Got it. So just quick yes or no question. Do you think nutrient deficiencies are healthy?
No, of course not.
Okay, good. So
But
I just
we have different opinions on nutrient deficiency, probably.
How
imagine.
How could that be confusing? It's a nutrient deficiency. I think it's pretty
based
clear.
on what are you.
So even like, just real quick though, even vegan ghosts are like, you know, very functional. Just so we're clear, vegan ghosts also
Basing these nutrient deficiencies on USDA, like what do you like? By what measure? Who's the authority you're looking to on these numbers?
Yeah,
I mean, probably whatever
Right,
the
Dennis.
serum standards are that the doctors test for. I think those would probably be fine.
Okay, I thought, aren't carnivores like against all that stuff?
Well, I mean, we tend to be against certain intake values, but I think
so you're against certain things when they fit your agenda.
Not at all. Just because the human body, the human physiology works differently when
like
you eat
guys
certain
don't
types
think
of
that
food.
idea.
No, let me just finish what I'm saying here.
Go ahead.
For example, with vitamin C, I'm sure as you know that the threshold requirement for meeting your vitamin C levels is lower when you eat only meat and no carbs, because glucose and vitamin C compete for entrance into the cell. We can get by with less vitamin C.
Where'd you get that from? Citation.
Well, so you want a citation? I mean, there's
for sure. Like we're doing a debate. I need to be able to agree with something you're saying, and I don't know about that.
Okay, so are you saying the Maasai who intake?
No, I'm saying I want to see what study said that, and if it's a meta study or if it's a study that some keto product did. You know.
Well,
like,
it's not. It's not something that really needs to be provided, given that there's tons of cultures that don't
vitamin
get
C is really important, dude. Like,
okay, but
just like depending on vitamin C through the meat you're eating, and just like that's super disordered. Like, vitamin C is so important.
Dude, well, like this is so weird.
Scurvy, bro.
No, this is so weird what you're saying, given that there's so many cultures that don't eat plants.
Appealing to ridicule is not an argument.
Pretty sure they eat plants.
Like. Saying it's so weird is not an argument. That's not you proving a point. We're in a debate, bro.
That's why I followed it with something saying that the Maasai who don't eat plants don't get scurvy. So I'm confused what your point is here.
The Maasai don't eat plants at all, like at all. Hang on. Because I don't think that's accurate. I don't know. I don't want to bore y'all while I'm looking things up.
Who's the Maasai? Who did that study on the Maasai? Like,
Are you serious?
I have to see a study. What are you talking about? We're in a debate. I'm not durian writer, dude. I'm not just gonna let you use fallacies the whole time when you say we're in a debate where there's a premise. Like, I know how to debate. Did you take debate in high school? Did you take debate in high school? You're in high school, right?
No, I graduated high school. You clearly don't know
debate class.
No, I didn't. But
you didn't take
I would be
class,
shocked. I would be shocked if you took debate class. Because based on what you've done so far, I would be very surprised.
Well, call me out on it. Call me out on it. This is a debate. You're supposed to disagree and make me prove my what I'm saying. You're accepting the things I'm saying.
No. You're asking me to prove like the ocean is blue.
That's not at all what I'm asking.
The Maasai don't get.
I'm asking you to prove the things you are saying. I don't know. I don't even know who the Maasai are, bro. So if the person you're debating doesn't understand the content, you're supposed to supply a link talk about, go back and forth, help the person understand, because we need to agree to these things.
I know about the Maasai because Liver King, again, that's his like evidence for why it's healthy to eat meat. And again, Liver King was caught taking steroids to look the way he looks.
Before the debate can go any further.
Yep.
I don't like, and like, that's like what percentage of the population are the Maasai? Probably 0.00001. You know, like that's not a very good example when we're talking about, you know.
I believe they also have quite a low survival rate. They die quite young. Those Maasai.
The status quo, the general public of the United States, for the most part, that's where both of us live in California. You know, like let's keep things going here, because we can't, you know, like.
No. Okay, let me clarify the situation.
Sailors that were off on ships back in the East, they get scurvy all the time.
Yep.
Literally, that's why sailors and like pirates look the way they look with the teeth falling out. That's because of scurvy from them being out to sea several months without fruit. They're eating tons of meat. You know, they're eating tons of meat. They're eating dry tack, bro.
Where's
dry
your source
tack
for
is
that?
dried
Where's
meat.
your source for that?
History,
that the sailor history.
History.
This is so crazy. You're
19. Like
you're citing history as a source, and I can't say that the Maasai don't get scurvy. You say, oh, history.
That's
history. That's my evidence.
That's one small tribe versus a whole massive industry that built our country up from the ground up. Like, I don't need to. It's a false comparison you're doing, is what you're doing.
No, you
not a false.
Dude, okay, I want to get us back on track. So what I was saying was that I'm fine not.
Here, let me catch up on the comments here. Dennis, I saw your earlier comments about that study. Maasai consumed maize and blood. They are not actively doing low vitamin C diet. Jeffrey, just like the Inuit, yeah. They die usually from pneumonia due to hygiene issues. Yeah.
Not listening to the daily
definitely not who we want to emulate, I don't think, if they're dying from pneumonia.
Recommended daily intake guidelines.
Yes.
So I'm saying that I won't listen to those, but I will listen to how they qualify the thresholds for serum nutrient levels. And let me just explain why I'm making that distinction. Just so like we're back on the same page, back on track.
Got it.
We have seen population data, people not getting scurvy with very low vitamin C intakes relative to the 90, I believe it's like micrograms or something, milligrams maybe, recommendation that the USDA makes. So by virtue of that, just observational piece of data, I can conclude that we don't need the recommended 90 whatever units to not get scurvy. Therefore, I'm less inclined to trust that data. And plus, that data is also given in the context of the food pyramid, where we're eating 6 to 11 servings of grains per day. We're eating, some processed food that's right at the top of the food pyramid. So the context matters. But what doesn't matter, I don't think.
Well, wait, why is he appealing to the food pyramid if he says, I don't trust the food pyramid? Which doesn't... never mind. I'm not going to make a smart comment here, but I believe isn't the food pyramid have meat and poultry and stuff and fish on there?
What
I guess he's saying
sort of is
I don't trust the food pyramid.
Dependent on that, what does not hinge on that is the serum levels. It's a separate concept that I think holds weight despite the RDIs.
Wait, but who's appealing to the food pyramid? Nobody.
I don't know, man. That just sounds like word salad to me.
Well, I'm saying I'm not picking and choosing.
You believe some of it. Like, why don't you test it out on yourself? Why don't you get rid of all the vitamin C in your diet?
That was a really shitty attempt to strawman my argument.
That's fine. That's fine. But maybe we need to.
Yeah, everybody go sub to Jeffrey Phillips, and yeah, we're gonna do a show, I guess, at some point. That'll be fun. Dennis, I just mean they don't get heart disease issues or malnutrition issues. They just don't live within the hygiene standards of a modern society. Well, it sounds like they don't live very long at all. Like, heart disease takes time to develop, and I don't think they have a very high life expectancy. So, you know, I'm sure though, if they did autopsies, they would probably find pretty advanced heart disease.
Maybe we need to agree to disagree on this part, and your tribe that you say is all the proof we need that, like where's the meta study that you can point at that says that this is real? That's what I need.
I'm saying that we
Like
can
your
avoid scurvy
argument
with
of
less.
like tribal stuff
No,
is
no.
like I need a meta study, bro. Like, because I'm coming at you with meta studies. You better be prepared.
Oh yeah, you cited a lot of good meta studies so far. No.
I haven't yet. I have them coming up.
Okay, cool. No, I'm saying that we see people go on these carnivore diets where they don't eat much vitamin C.
Who sees people? You said we see people. I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay, if
when
you
you're
can
saying
even be like
you watch
slightly
a couple
reasonable.
videos on YouTube and you've seen a couple carnivore videos where they do this stuff, and you're saying we see people, you're speaking as the carnivores, you're speaking as humanity, you're speaking as a certain body of science thinks that, or a certain university that studied it thinks that. What are you talking about?
I'm saying the Inuit don't get scurvy.
The
right?
Inuit die at 50, dude. They don't live long. Heart disease destroys their population and has destroyed their population for a long time. So if you're saying, if you're using Inuit as a marker of health when you already said longevity, like what are you talking about? You're not staying on track.
I am staying on track. You're the one getting off track. So if you want me to respond to that, I'm happy to. If you look at the Inuit now, they've gone away from their natural living, what they used to do, and they're much sicker than they used to be.
I'm talking if you
go back,
I'm not
right? Yeah, that's fine.
Inuit.
That's fine. We can go back to the old Inuit. What you actually find is that they were living longer than the mainland people. So they didn't have good longevity.
What study are you pointing at when you say that?
They didn't have good longevity relative to people now, but they had good longevity relative to people.
So my guess is Joey didn't bring any studies to this debate. Does he ever bring one up? Does he ever like show anything, like share his screen or anything? Probably not. And we're all focused on, nutrition at this point, not ethics.
Challenging what you're saying and saying, what study did you find that information from?
You're the one saying that they're unhealthy. Wouldn't the burden of proof
Why
be on
aren't you
for that?
answering my question?
I can search for the study, but I think the burden of proof should be on you to say that they're. I didn't prepare every study that I've looked at before. I didn't. I don't have the links laid out.
You should prepare most of your studies that you're going to use in a debate.
I do have most of the studies written down actually, but I don't have this one.
Okay, then you pretty much don't get to use that study in this argument if you can't prove it. That's how debates work.
Well, if you want to talk about the Inuit,
does mental health fall into your marker of?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe trauma exists?
Yes.
Do you think trauma extends your life?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you believe it pretty much kills your brains and shortens your life.
I think
cascading effects of disease probably eventually, right?
Yeah, if you take two identical twins, same everything, one has trauma, one doesn't, the one without trauma will be better. Of course.
Perfect. Yeah, and PTSD is real. So there's a thing called PITS, right? It's called perpetration induced traumatic.
I'm learning stuff.
It's PITS. Perpetrator trauma is something you get. The people in the military get a lot from killing people, right? Like they get depressed, suicidal. In 2020, 6,146 vets committed suicide. Most of them from PTSD and PITS.
You don't know that that's why they committed suicide, and I think a lot of dentists commit suicide as well. But whatever,
the mental illness
it's fine.
they had was this. The reasoning the reason that day, the straw that broke the camel's back that made them kill themselves, is completely irrelevant. So, so the number two group of people who get PITS is slaughterhouse employees.
Yeah, I was just gonna make that point. I thought, because like I thought that might be the case. I'm reading right now The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. God, that book is grim. If y'all haven't read that book, read that book. I've heard, people cite that book so many times. I'm like, I should read that. It is grim. Yeah, I'm about a fifth of the way through.
These
Are you really going to use this as evidence?
Hey, there's
this is such terrible evidence.
The Kent study, employment,
really funny.
employee psychological impact
Why?
of slaughterhouse, was a meta study with 14 studies that showed that slaughterhouse workers have a higher prevalence rate of mental issues, in particular depression and anxiety. Slaughterhouse work has also been associated with higher crime levels in general, and an increase of domestic and sexual offenses. So if we're supposed to eat meat at the level you think, why would slaughterhouse employees be getting perpetration-induced traumatic disorders?
Yeah, it's like when people are seeing, slaughterhouse footage, or seeing that doesn't even have to be a slaughterhouse, just, nature videos, right? Of animals being killed. Does that make you hungry? Because if we were true carnivores, like, wouldn't that make our mouths water? But it doesn't. It repulses us. It makes us angry, upset. We don't like seeing animals being hurt. We hate it. We turn a blind eye to it. We run from it. In fact, I've been sort of grappling with lately this idea that, for some reason I hadn't really thought of it that much. I mean, even though it's quite obvious, but like a big reason why it's so difficult to get people to watch films about animal slaughter, films like Earthlings and Dominion, is because people are such animal lovers that it so upsets them. Now, I just like kind of put that in my head as like, oh, they just don't want to see, blood and gore, which is true, but it could also just be that they are such empathetic, animal loving people that is the barrier to them going vegan, because the thing that would turn them vegan would be watching that stuff and seeing it. It was for me anyway.
And do you think these disorders, and do you think, like, if we weren't in society and we didn't have these guys doing this, all our dirty work for us, and basically, like, it's known, like, when they put a slaughterhouse in an area, crime goes up in that area. Like, these are things that they figured out in these meta studies.
What's up, More Joy? What's that mean? What are you talking about? Whose hair? Not enough attention is paid to whose hair.
That I decided. I don't understand and I don't know if you've ever seen this or looked into it. This, you say you're unbiased, but you run like a really disingenuous anti-vegan, YouTube page that isn't biased at all. And you've kind of painted yourself into a corner where you can't speak the truth because your page is called Carnivore Camaraderie. If you say you aren't carnivore anymore, you lose your YouTube. You don't have this job anymore. You don't get this YouTube fame. So I don't understand, now that I've told you this, and you can go look it up, how you can say that we're healthy and would be healthier, and we're healthier when we were getting in life or death battles with animals. And, like, it's just, it's pretty interesting, because I mean, nobody, I'd love to hear what you think about that.
Yeah, it's one of the worst
and let's keep in mind that Jeffrey has been vegan longer than this kid's been alive. And Jeffrey told me that at the time of this guy was 19. So more than 19 years as a vegan. He should be on death's door. Well, he is dead. He already died. Sorry to inform you all, but Jeffrey did tell us he died already. He is here in spirit, though. He is here in spirit. But veganism finally got him.
Arguments I've ever heard, and I've heard a lot of them. Oh yeah, it's one of the worst. Because
You can show me meta studies that say that this is all BS.
No, but I can
I have a study. You're just gonna, unless you have a study, you're gonna say a bunch of stuff, but it's not gonna be scientific or anything like that. It's just gonna be your opinion. This is science.
Yeah.
This is 14 studies with thousands of cases looked at in,
right.
It's it's cool that your opinion is that it's really bad, but that doesn't mean that it's actually bad.
You're just blabbering at this point. Can I respond now?
Sure.
Yeah. So that can be disassembled without any use of science. It can be just disassembled with logic. So what you're saying is that because there's a correlation between the slaughterhouse employees and incidences of trauma and crime, mental health, right? Sure, fine. That one is causing the other. The problem with that is that if we look into primitive cultures who don't suffer these same trauma issues, then we can attribute this, we can ascribe it to social conditioning.
Stop. What study are you pointing at that says that these people in primitive cultures didn't have mental health problems?
You want me to cite studies that are basically showing that the total obvious, the complete obvious.
Told you, I'm citing.
We've seen time and time again lower rates of depression.
We've seen you still haven't even told.
Yeah, he does keep going back to we've seen quite often, isn't he?
Told me who we is.
This is so dumb. This is so incredibly dumb.
We're having a debate, bro. You have to be clear and concise.
It's really frustrating.
And he just got stomped in a couple debates, Jeffrey. So he hey, you got to give him credit for trying, right? He tried. He didn't get stomped in one debate and quit. Wow, that's stick-to-itiveness, right? He just kept going back in for more.
Actual science in a debate.
How about this? Why? Okay, if you're taking correlation, if you're taking
debating, bro.
If you're taking correlational data to heart, if you're gonna use that, then why not say that the data that shows vegans have a 2x rate of bipolar disorder is valid too? Like what's wrong with that?
Are you pointing at when you say that?
I can get you that.
Let's take a look at that one.
Not a study by some carnivore, a meta study that says vegans have twice as much bipolar. And if they did,
you know what? Maybe he's right, because these carnivore people, they give me disorders. They make me feel a little bipolar. Not even bipolar, just down south polar. That's what
it's because those vegans that they studied weren't really doing a healthy diet. They were doing half-ass veganism. Like do you know that? Oh, we were supposed to get into definitions. I forgot. But I don't think you know the definition of vegan, and I don't think you guys know the definition of plant-based, and I don't think you know the definition of carnivore.
I think vegan is has to do with the exploitation of animals or sentient beings or something.
When you say all vegans fail, all vegans fail at not exploiting animals, or not trying to export
they fail on markers of health. They fail on markers of health.
Says who?
Yeah, wait, what? Do we? Are you sure? Because I don't know. I think Jeffrey said that he's been vegan for a very, very, very long time, more than 19 years. I've been vegan 7. Health is just fine. We were reacting to vegan gays earlier. She's been vegan 10 years. Health is just fine.
Who? How am I unhealthy?
I'm saying
you told me you didn't think I was that unhealthy, huh?
Most of them do. It's why 90% of them quit.
Where are you getting that number?
I can give you a study to show that 90% of vegans quit.
You need to come to a debate with proof.
I have that. So do you want me to link it? Like, do you need proof that 90% of vegans quit? You want to accept that?
What the study is. I've asked you 6 times.
Is this the Faunalytics thing or something, like a survey that? So if we're talking about 90% of vegans fail, the actual number is 0, because if you're really vegan, you don't stop being vegan. Okay, so there's been like a few instances where someone was like an animal activist and then they went to eating animals, but that just shows that they were just in it for like image or something. Like, you don't turn your back on the animals. I guess it's conceivable. So I guess I shouldn't say zero, but the number of people like who are, so they're talking about plant-based dieters. So we need to get that clear. And I know to some people that's going to sound like nitpicking, but it is important that we understand what we're talking about, because wearing leather has nothing to do with your diet. Not going to zoos has nothing to do with your diet. Being against animal testing has nothing to do with your diet.
Times so far for studies, just say what study, what year, what university, any of those things. Even a year. There was a study in 2019. At least I could type in study about veganism in 2019 and find it. You've had nothing. Like,
so you don't accept
if you're going to be a YouTuber, you have to learn how to debate, bro.
Yeah, no, we don't. Because first of all, they don't like. First of all, cite the source. He's asking you to cite the source so that we can look at it, and then we can parse through it. But I think that's what he's referring. I think he's referring to a Phonalytics survey, a survey, by the way. So yeah,
you do not know how to debate. You do not know how to debate.
I am citing the things I'm saying. You haven't cited a single thing, but I just want to clarify. You have not cited a single study either. You said that they exist. We haven't cited them. In all fairness, Slaughterhouse Employee Psychological Impact Study of Kent University. I already said it earlier.
There you go. Now you said Kent University. There you go.
Oh, I said it earlier. You'll see when this plays back that I said that.
Okay, maybe I might have missed that. That might be my fault. Yeah. But you know, the fact that you're citing a correlation and saying that people are mentally ill because they kill animals.
The plant-based diet is the only diet that's ever been found in studies to improve mental health. You can't show me a single study.
I almost get the sense that this kid just realized he was wrong. Because I will give Joey some credit that he at least seems to be honest when he said, yeah, maybe I missed that. He's trying to be honest. Is he not? I've seen worse. Like I've seen worse behavior during debate than this guy. So I'm not even convinced that this guy didn't just realize, oh shit, the carnivore diet is stupid. I could be wrong. I mean, it would take a lot of gullibility to fall into that.
Study that says eating meat improves mental health. You can't. It doesn't exist.
I can show you studies that people.
Show me some study from Dr. Baker or the carnivore doctor that got some supplement company to do some study to come up with their biased meta studies by like multiple universities in multiple countries, bro. Meta studies. You can't show me this shit. I can show you this shit all day.
Like, I can show you studies that show an association between vegan diets.
Hundreds of years. No, you can't. There have been those studies on that. What vegan studies?
So it seems like you're setting a double standard here. It seems like you're setting a double standard.
You're misunderstanding plant-based for vegan.
I know we're not going to continue this if you keep interrupting. We're not going to continue if you keep interrupting. We're not going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, it would help if people debating veganism knew what veganism was before they came to the debate. That would be a nice starting point. I can tell you, like, the number of times when I've had some debate where I just realized very quickly the person doesn't even know what veganism is, so they don't know what we're even talking about. And then it's like, what are we talking about? You don't even know what this is about. So it's almost always about plant-based diets. And and that's not what veganism is about.
We're not going to continue. We can't continue unless you cite your information.
We're not going to continue if you keep interrupting. I have better things to do if you're going to keep interrupting. Okay. So you're setting a double.
Be careful, Jeffrey. He might bail on you. He's got better things to do. Something tells me he does not have better things to do.
Standard, because you're asking for meta studies, and then you're saying that the only studies that are showing an improvement in mental health, like the only diet to show an improvement in mental health is a vegan diet. So pick and choose. So you're picking and choosing what studies you're giving credence to.
I didn't. I said plant-based.
Okay,
Plant-based
whatever.
diet.
Plant-based.
No, those. This is here. We're coming back to it again. You don't understand the difference between those two statements.
You are totally taking the substance out of what I just said.
Veganism
by
is a lifestyle, bro. You keep saying vegan when you need to be saying plant-based. We're in a debate. We have to be concise about the things we're saying.
You are unbelievable.
You can't
because
just use these blanketing statements and generalizations and misdefinitions of the words you're using.
How about you address what I just said, and that you are applying a double standard by saying that some studies
said plant-based. You said vegan. I said there are no vegan studies. I said there are.
I realize that Joey right now thinks he's just being pedantic, but this is an important distinction. Because, like, for one, like, I don't know what the agreement was, like what the debate agreement was, but it probably had something to do with veganism, which means that Jeffrey comes into this debate thinking we're going to be talking about veganism. And we're not. We're talking about plant-based right now. The whole debate has been about plant-based dieting, which is different. It's an important distinction. It's not being pedantic, but you have to be clear. Are we going to be debating vegan? Like, you could even say vegan diet. So that but veganism is about ethics. It's not about this health shit, which vegan diets win on health as well, but it's not the point.
Plant-based studies, but not vegan studies. You keep saying vegan. I am vegan. You claim you're a carnivore.
Okay, no, this is honestly enough. Okay, you are saying that you only trust.
Do you know what carnivore, the definition of carnivore is? And do you know what the definition of vegan is? Just let's go back to this, just so
Dennis
we can.
Dennis gets it. Dennis said, to be honest, why are they debating nutrition in a veganism debate? Exactly. This is a moral debate. And it's fine to have debates about health. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine to have debates about the diets and all that, but be clear. And you would think that the people who are engaging in like carnivore camaraderie, right? Like, that's his channel name, that they would have a better understanding of what it is and be clear about it. I want to talk about the diet. Okay, Jeffrey he would gladly talk to you about the diet. He's brought the studies.
Agree on something, because we'll get past what we're hung up on if we agree on
this is really
definitions.
crazy.
But yeah,
no, it's not.
It's not crazy. You need to understand what you're debating.
Is someone who's changed their life. They changed their life in the way that they're not going to use any animal products anymore. Leather, soaps, like wool, and they stop eating anything that comes from an animal, right?
That's one version that I would accept.
No, that is the version of veganism.
Yeah, there are different.
That is the version of veganism.
No, there's not.
Vegan.
There are different
Plant-based,
versions.
plant-based is like a half-ass version of veganism, where it's just like it's mostly plant-based diet. Like it's like the plant.
That's a good point, because a lot of the people that call themselves plant-based aren't even following a plant-based diet a lot of the time. They'll like
based people like dabble in dairy and stuff like that. I don't know. It's what's mostly happening now. Like the Burger King Impossible Burger, you go get him if you say you're vegan and you go to Burger King and get an Impossible Burger, you're not vegan. You're plant-based.
His lies. Yeah.
Like a vegan would never go to Burger King or eat an Impossible Burger, because Impossible Burgers have been tested on animals, and Burger King kills tons of animals. So vegans would not go to.
What you mean, Dennis?
To Burger King.
I don't know what you mean.
So do you get that difference between plant-based and vegan?
Sure.
Okay, so carnivore from Webster Dictionary is a meat eater. Is a carnivore or a meat eater is an animal or plant who derives its food and energy requirements through hunting and scavenging. Are you an animal that hunts and scavenges?
I don't see how that's interacting with anything.
You say you're a carnivore.
Anything relevant in the debate.
We're getting super. This is like, we need to agree on this before we get anywhere.
Why?
Are you an animal that hunts and scavenges? Because you're saying you're a carnivore. You're representing the carnivore
I like
diet.
this, but I will say though that I feel like the dictionary mistakes veganism as well. So,
are you an animal that hunts and scavenges?
When I entered the relationship that I'm currently in, a
we're
big
talking about
green
mental health,
flag
guys.
was early on within the
This is
Better
what
help
humans are,
comes
yeah.
up.
No.
Guys, we're all going to need better help after this. We're going to need some better help.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you hunt and scavenge?
I'm a human.
Are you an animal that hunts and scavenges?
I'm saying we're
By definition, I'm trying to figure out what you think you are. I'm trying to figure out what you think you are.
Humans may not fit the technical definition for carnivores now. That's I'm totally fine.
Okay, but I'm vegan, so I'm vegan. You're not a carnivore. You're saying.
That's fine. That's
but
fine.
You are saying you're a carnivore.
I really don't care about the technical definition.
This is super good, kind of important stuff right here, dude. Like this is clarifying your actual position. Because you're saying you're a carnivore. Your YouTube channel is called Carnivore, but you just admitted you're not a carnivore.
Humans are by by nature, yeah. But I eat a carnivore diet. I'm totally fine granting that I'm not a carnivore now because I don't hunt. That's fine.
That's cool. So the PLOS,
there's no problem.
The PLOS study, and the European Heart Journal did a meta study that found a 30% higher risk of mortality for people on the low carb diet. What do you think about that?
I think we can pull studies out of our asses as much as we want. I can show you studies.
Wait. He didn't pull it out of his ass. Well, so by that logic, then did any study that you obliquely referenced come from your ass? These aren't ass studies. Are you referencing ass studies? Because Jeffrey's talking about real ones, not ass studies.
I can show you a study showing that meat is associated with longevity.
Okay, show it.
Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine said a plant-based diet lowers risk of cardiovascular disease by 54%. What do you think about that?
What do you think about meat being associated with longevity? The more meat you eat, the longer you live.
Cite your source, buddy.
That's just an opinion you have, and I have meta studies I'm citing.
Yeah. This
PubMed did six studies on.
Yeah, it pays. And Jeffrey, if there weren't people watching, I'd let those ads run so you get. It's like a fraction of a penny, I think, per ad. I love it when the meat ads play. You can like Google like meat company or some shit, like Google beef, and then all your like YouTube ads are like from like bullshit like meat companies. That's money from them to you, Jeffrey. I was playing that game for a little while.
On 131,553 participants that raised their heme iron, and there was a 31% higher risk of coronary heart disease with that. 31%.
If you like the meta study so much, what do you have to say?
131,553 participants against your opinion.
I don't know. That seems just 130. What was it?
501%.
If you like the meta study so much, what do you have to say?
131,550.
131,500. That's I don't know if we can trust that one, Jeffrey.
3 participants against your opinion, and you think you're winning right now?
Of course, I'm winning. You haven't brought up a single good argument. The NIH. Okay, if you want the study, the NIH total meat intake is associated with life expectancy.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's hear it.
And it's
restate
published
that.
in February of 2022. Total meat intake is associated with life expectancy. A cross-sectional data analysis of 175.
You say in all your videos we're eating less meat, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Intake is associated with life expectancy. Published in February of 2022. Total meat intake is associated with life expectancy. A cross-sectional data analysis of 175.
You say in all your videos we're eating less meat, though.
Intake is associated with longevity.
Where'd you get that from?
NIH.
Look that up, because I really need. I looked for this and I couldn't find it. I need you to find it. And what time period are you talking about, also? Because you saying we eat less meat in all your videos, like I'm not learning anything when you say that, because I don't think it's necessarily true. Because when I look it up, for the last 100 years, we've been exponentially ramping up on our meat eating. Like, it makes no sense. Like, there's 10 times as many meat farms in California as there were back in the day. Like, it doesn't make any, and there's more people, like, you know, like more propaganda, more marketing,
Wait, so
selling meat.
so why is it that meat is associated with longevity in 175 countries?
You keep saying that, but you can't prove it.
Oh, you do you want me to share the study?
These
with you?
countries, okay, dude. These
You want me to
studies,
share the
no,
study
no,
or
no, no,
not?
no. Hold on, let me get. These studies aren't proving meat does that, dude. They're proving that
Exactly.
humans can survive with a little bit of meat in their diet because there's not a study. There's not a.
You are so inconsistent.
There's not a
It's
place
amazing.
you can point out where that does your carnivore diet.
It's amazing how inconsistent you are.
who's
You
doing
can't
your-
point out a place that does your vegan diet. You are so incredibly inconsistent.
The
It is
USA,
unbelievable.
I can point at the country we
It is
live in
unbelievable.
and other countries right now. Like, what are you talking about?
You have no long-term data on the safety
All
of the
the
vegan
data
diet.
is on
You are
plant-based,
so
bro.
incredibly
A
inconsistent.
plant-based diet. Like, I'm getting back to the definitions again because you're blurring them.
Okay. So if it's showing that,
Hold on.
you are just totally distracting from the points.
Go back and find the what proof you have that says that we've been eating less meat for a long time. Because that's something you say all the time. You say we're eating less meat, but you're promoting the carnivore diet, which is doubling down and eating 3 times as much meat. So I don't understand where you're getting that. There's more carnivores now than there ever have been. Carnivore diet, keto diet people eating far more meat than we've ever eaten. So how exactly are you proving that we're eating less meat?
That's the study, by the way.
If you can't pull up some sort of stat that says that Americans are eating less meat and have been for any scientifically measurable amount of time, that's significant.
Okay. There's a study.
Meta-study. Not one place did one study.
Jesus
Meta-study.
Christ, this is crazy.
Bro.
This is really crazy. The problem is we kind of touch on a point really briefly. No, just stop. Just stop like for 1 second.
Because you can't prove any of these points.
Just stop for like 1 second. Like 1 second, just stop. We touch on one point and then you kind of just move it on to something else and you're kind of just rambling through. So we should actually have some structure.
Bro. You have a chat going.
That's so stupid. It's literally just me.
I saw the whole time you're looking at it during Ryder's video.
That's so stupid.
Anyway,
that's so dumb.
So are you not,
a chat going?
So you don't have you can't prove less meat. Then prove fruit is biologically engineered or has been in the last couple of years.
Jeez, you are really just bouncing around. You really don't want to have an actual debate.
Artist.org/famous-fruit-paintings. There are paintings of fruit from the 1500s, and the shit looks exactly how it looks today. So in your videos, you've said that fruit's biologically engineered, and it used to just be these dried up little fake, like weak examples of how we have fruit now. So in the 1570s, fruit looked exactly how it does now. So what timeline, when you're saying that fruit is biologically engineered, what timeline are you saying? Because several hundred years ago, it all looked the same. These are things that you say in your videos that aren't
This is
accurate,
really crazy,
bro.
though, because this is very, very
channel,
crazy to me.
It's a misinformation channel that's purely here to bash vegans. You aren't unbiased. You're not unbiased. You're not a journalist. I've seen you say, "Oh, I try and be unbiased," but you don't, because if you're unbiased, your channel would be called Joey's Health Channel. But no, it's carnivore camaraderie, which means, oh, I have a position I'm taking that I could never let go of, because if I let go of this position, all the people on my YouTube will leave me and I won't be a YouTube anymore.
Or he could be like vegetable police and go all of a sudden, oh, I'm going to be a vegan now. Oh, wait, no, now I've seen another YouTube video, so I'm carnivore again. No. You could play that game. Then maybe he'd be vegan for a little while. Vegan.
You can't even be scientific because of the position you already put yourself in. So when was fruit biologically changed so much that it looks like what we have now if it didn't?
And this is where we're at, that we're sometimes arguing whether fruit is healthy for us. Like, Jesus Christ. I never thought that fruit was not healthy.
Back in the day. What years are you talking about? Did they biologically engineer the fruit?
This is really, I feel like this is totally fruitless.
You say You,
Fruit
you
Loops.
make,
here's
you
the
make
problem.
such generalizations. It's
Like your
it's
diet.
super crazy for you not to have come here without a list of studies to back these things you say.
I
You
mentioned,
said you're coming.
no,
You needed a week, bro. You needed a
actually-
week to debate me. When I debate people, it's tonight. You needed a week to debate me, and then you didn't even try. You didn't even prepare yourself, dude. You had a week, and then you say you're busy and you bust ass and you.
I'm sorry, I have to mute you. You're like you like can't keep talking over me. you actually need to stop talking over me. Okay? Can you actually like stop talking over me? It's extremely annoying. Yep. Okay. Wait, fuck. I don't even know how to unmute you now. 1 second.
Found the study regarding vitamin C being higher in a lower glucose-based diet in comparison to a
can you
higher
unmute yourself now?
glucose intake diet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You need to let me talk a little bit because it's extremely annoying, and I'm not going to keep doing it.
Yeah, you're lucky you have the band hammer.
I should have been using it more because
Please.
You don't let me talk. You just
In
totally
this-
ramble on.
That's because you're not
on my channel. Now Jeffrey has the band hammer, Kane has the band hammer, Felix has the band hammer, and I think Pigstream. Got a lot of enforcers. Does my live chat accept links? Only if I give you the power. I'll mod you for a second. For a second, Dennis. As soon as you go vegan, you can be a mod for all eternity. I'll mod you so that you can link this study you're talking about. Hang on 1 sec. Don't. How do I do it? God damn it. I need to go to my own stream. There you go. You're modded, Dennis. Very temporary.
I'm
And you
giving
move away
good
from points?
information, bro.
No.
Yeah, because you don't.
I
You
bring up-
admit you don't have positions on that. You don't have the proof. Like if we're going to spend
you
20
band
minutes for
hammer
you to
tonight.
look something up, then we're wasting our time. We should move on to different things. Don't you agree?
How about you? How about you answer this question? Why is meat associated with longevity? Meta-analysis.
No. What meta-analysis proves that?
I brought it up to you.
Just said it.
Did you already forget? Total meat by PubMed. No, by NIH. You et al.
Okay, let me
Total
look this
meat-
up.
Okay.
NIH.
I'll add in the chat. NIH
Yeah.
total meat intake
Unmodded.
is associated with life expectancy.
Dennis. Just real quick. Dennis, you go vegan, you get the power. You got a little taste of the power. Don't you want that back?
NIH.
Hang on.
You
I
et
wasn't
al.
listening,
You
I'm sorry.
forget.
Meta-analysis proves that.
I brought it up to you.
Just said it.
Did you already forget? Total meat by PubMed. No, by NIH. You et al.
Okay, let me
Total
look this
meat-
up.
Okay.
NIH.
I'll add in the chat. NIH
Yeah.
total meat intake is associated with life expectancy.
NIH.
I linked to
Total
that.
meat in what? Life expectancy?
Total meat intake is associated
I
with
was
life
trying to
expectancy.
read through it, but I was like, I should be paying
Okay.
attention.
Before these
The
animals were
ASPCA,
adopted,
we're gonna let this.
before they
ASPCA,
became a best
We're gonna
friend,
let them give
before they
Jeffrey a
celebrated
dime.
birthdays,
Give your money
or
to
got to
Jeffrey,
try
ASPCA.
carrots.
I got to let it run for 30 seconds, guys. I'm just going to blab
before they
over it
discovered the
on the
couch
ASPCA.
and naps,
They
on
claim to be
the
all about the
couch.
animals, and then they like go
before
and
becoming
on their website and
robots
shit.
from outer space,
30 seconds.
before
All right.
So with these studies, you
Jeffrey's a little richer now.
have to look at them. If we disagree on a study, total meat intake is associated with life expectancy across. Okay, PubMed.
Aaron P is here, guys. That's my boy, Aaron P. Aaron P, I downloaded, or it's downloading currently, GTA 5. So I was sad that I couldn't join your GTA party last night, but it's downloading. It should be done soon. We got to do that.
Got it. So let's look at who. So this This association
birthday,
between
Aaron P.
plant-based vegetable. Who did this? And how many studies? Methods, results, meat index.
That's Aaron P's channel. Y'all sub to Aaron P, especially if you like gaming stuff. Which, who doesn't like gaming? It's so fun. Dennis, what do you think about that power?
Where's the okay, so I'm on the spot.
Yeah, I did it. I did it fast.
So what are you saying about this?
I wasn't gonna let you try
The
to
more meat you eat, the longer you live.
So this is this study.
I was worried you might ban some
How
of my
does
buddies.
that work if there's all these other studies that are saying that raising heme iron, lower, higher your risk of mortality by 30%?
Raising heme iron, that's only shown in supplements. It's not shown in actual food.
Of course, it's in real food.
Show me that study then. I've only seen one. Of the
Show me the one. Show me yours.
You're the one making the claim. The burden of proof is on you.
You're saying artificial heme iron?
Yeah.
I was
in
worried you would get
supplements?
corrupted, Dennis.
When they take it out of the dead animal and put it in a supplement. See, like
I'm
there's
saying-
a
I'm
lot
saying-
of nuance to these things.
So show me the study about heme iron. It's very likely, I think almost definitely going to be with the supplement, not with actual heme iron from food. It's very
Okay.
different. It's very different when you eat heme iron with food because you have copper to balance it out.
But that's you're cherry picking something from an organization you already say you don't agree with a lot of things on.
Yeah,
What?
good point.
These numbers you keep espousing, they're like you agree with the USDA, but you disagree on anything that goes towards your position.
That is so stupid. That's a worst
How is that
attempt to
so
straw.
stupid?
Be-
And
it's
appealing
the
to
worst-
ridicule is
it's the
not an
worst-
argument, bro. You
it's
need
the
to look
worst-
up like
it's the
the rules
worst.
of
It's
debate.
the worst. Oh my! Stop! It's the worst attempt to strawman my argument because we already clarified this early on. Maybe
Is that
you
the
already
only
forgot.
thing from debating? The only thing you know how to call out is straw men?
No,
Because you've only said straw men like a bunch of times. Like there are other fallacies I've been using and you haven't pointed them out at all.
Yeah. You said appeal to ridicule like 5 times.
Yeah, saying this is so stupid isn't an argument.
Because
it's a waste of time. It's you trying to kill time to think of something.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Because no, you said I explained the distinction between the USDA guidelines that I trust and don't trust, and I explained why I trust them and why I don't. I already explained it.
You don't trust the ones that don't fit your agenda.
I don't trust the ones that don't make sense.
Like I don't just
and I
believe
explained why they
anything
don't
you
make
say.
sense.
I use common sense. If a guy has,
No, you don't.
If a guy has
you clearly don't use common sense.
If a kid has a channel called Carnivore Camaraderie, he's only going to side with any evidence that fits his agenda. Clearly, that is your position. Clearly. And if I came here with all the evidence in the world to prove you wrong, you would leave here, you'd erase everything you learned, and you continue talking about the stuff you talk about because that is your channel and that is your following, and that's all you can do is pander to them. You're not teaching anyone anything.
Let me say that I would
dangerously misinforming them.
First, let me say that if I was convinced to eat plants
And you're
I
making
thought
them
that they were best,
dependent
then
on
I
the
would do it.
government. You're making them dependent on the government because the government subsidizes 80% of that meat you eat. Papa Biden pays for all this meat that you guys get to reward yourself with. And if Papa Biden was gone and those subsidies were gone, you wouldn't be able to afford. Maybe you. I don't know where you live. You live in LA. You could probably afford it.
You really got to stop.
Not everyone would.
It's really annoying when someone lives in a place like LA that has a shit ton of vegan food and they can't do it.
But
you really got to stop because I've made the distinction between what I trust and what I don't trust, and I explained why. And you're saying that it's cherry picking when I explained it. So it's not an argument. I already explained it, and you acknowledged it.
So all the meta studies on mental health of slaughterhouse workers.
So we're passing the meat thing, or
huh?
Here's the thing.
No,
you
we
gave me
passed
a
a bunch of
correlation.
things that you haven't even commented on. So I'm wanting you to comment on some stuff.
No. Listen, you gave me a correlation, right, between mental health and people who work in the slaughter.
Bro,
mental health
I've asked you
problems.
like 50
Dennis, did you ban everybody? Because it got awfully quiet. It got awfully quiet in the chat. Right when I gave you the power, got all quiet. Did you ban everybody?
Mental health problems.
Where's the fruit
You need to
engineering
stop.
question?
No. You need to stop. You gave me a correlation between mental health problems and people who work in the slaughterhouse. Okay, and I just gave you a study showing the correlation between longevity and meat consumption. So why are you choosing to trust some correlations but not others?
I tried to do a quick read on that study. It looked like what they were talking about is basically the life expectancy of countries that are wealthy. I haven't read through it closely. I was trying to both look at the study and pay attention to the debate. It's worth looking more closely at, but that seemed to be the study. I don't know.
Others. Go ahead and unmute.
Thousands of people analyzed in hundreds of countries and states.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. It's like, why would he trust this study, but not the China study? Why would he trust? Because this is the study that he found where the conclusion of the study agreed with his viewpoint.
This study that I just gave you is 175 countries. It's like the whole world.
That's
like, what do you?
Right. They're looking at like whether or not a country has achieved like wealth. And wealth is associated with longevity.
That's one study.
Oh my god!
And that's the one study you now have that you now came with. Like I don't know what you expect me to say to it. I don't have a week. I would need a week to look at it. Like, okay, let me look at that study and come back. And you can rewatch the video and look at some. You can even cherry pick which ones of my studies you want to go over, which you will anyway. But like,
no, we are not doing this again. I'm not wasting my time with you again,
bro. You're defending liars on your channel. You did a Liver King defense video. Like, only liars defend liars. Like, dude, we're in LA. Let's physical challenge. Anything you want. Any day of the week. Any physical challenge. Bro, how old do you think I am?
I don't know. How old are you?
Seen a lot of PETA ads lately. Are y'all alive? I'm concerned about the chat now. Got quiet. Put a 1 in the chat if you're still able to type.
Do you think I am?
I don't know. I'm not gonna guess. I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know how old you are. Just you can tell me how old you are if you want.
It doesn't really matter. Any physical challenge, I'll beat you. I'm over twice your age. Any physical challenge, I've been vegan longer than you've been alive.
You think you could beat me in a fight?
You should be able to destroy me in anything, bro.
You think you could beat me in a fight?
Bro, you're 3 years older than my son.
Thank you,
You think you can beat me in a fight?
You're 3 years. Like, this is why I'm doing this video with you, because you remind me of my son, and you're 3 years older than my son, and it's like you're trying to say that I wouldn't be able to like it's bro. Any physical challenge that you pick. I live in LA. You live in LA.
I've said
get all your carnivores people. We should totally get you to do it. Like, let's do it. Run, anything. I don't run. Like, you could pick any physical challenge. You should be able.
Jeffrey, you did okay with the fires. How you been? So you still live in LA, I assume.
To annihilate me by my age, and I'm 45, bro.
Thank you, Felix.
Like, by my age. And because I'm vegan, you should be able to utterly destroy me if what you're saying is all this stuff is true.
Yeah, I would be able to do that, but it's besides the point.
Let's do it. What better evidence? What better video could you do to put on your page? Okay,
we can fight. Yeah, that's fine.
You just think you could beat me? What if I've been doing jiu-jitsu 25 years?
I highly doubt that.
You beat me? What do you mean? What? You don't think I've done martial arts in my life? You're making assumptions.
So are you?
You're making assumptions.
You're making.
Dude, you're 19. You've been alive. You've been an adult 5 minutes.
I think this is I think I think these are the nutrient deficiencies manifesting now.
Is it really?
I think so.
All this concise argument I've
think-
handed you, and all these
I think it's time for a B12 injection right now.
I actually just took B12.
Maybe you need another one. Just
No,
maybe
B12
maybe it wasn't enough. Yeah.
You're right. Vegans do need B12, bro.
Yeah.
Had me
So,
scared there,
how-
Jeffrey. I thought he booted you. I thought the power went to his head and he was like, now I can boot all the vegans.
The Reverse Diabetes with Sugar by Dr. Kempner. You should check that out.
That Dennis,
How
you can't trust them.
how do you explain that these things happen? Like, why were the Romans called barley men, bro, and not meat men? If you don't,
You're asking me really dumb questions.
Well,
right
at this point, yeah, I'm just saying stuff, like, because you're not saying anything.
Yeah,
I would think you'd be saying a bunch of stuff right now.
Yeah, I heard about that in the Game Changers documentary, which is a great documentary. Dennis, have you watched the Game Changers? It's on Netflix. Watch that film.
So when did they bioengineer the fruit? Because you've said this a lot on your video, and I think you carnivore people, it's like groupthink. You guys say these things, and you guys just think it's real. What year did they genetically biologically engineer the fruit to make it look different and make it bigger?
They would have been stupid not to. Of course, they want to have sweeter fruit.
That's not what I asked. I said what year.
I don't know.
Fruit's not sweeter. Dude, they pull the fruit off the tree when it's pre-ripe and put it in a box to send it to the store. It takes time to get to the store. If they pulled ripe fruit off the tree, fruit is sweetened with the sun. Like, if you take
it's
it
not
out
worth
of the
having
sun
a debate
early,
about. It's not worth having a
what
debate
year
about how
did they
fruit is treated.
genetically
It's not worth.
engineer
It's
the
not.
fruit?
I
'Cause in
thought you wanted to have a
1520s, they look
structured
the
debate.
same. Yeah, I'm
thought we
asking
wanted
you
to
a
have a
question,
structured-
and you're just talking over me.
Yeah, but
I've asked
yeah,
you
but
this question like 8 times.
yeah, but but at the beginning we said that we were gonna talk about hard health outcomes when it comes to veganism and the inclusion of meat, and now
Why
you're
are you
bringing up
going
something
back
that
to
doesn't
that?
interact with.
Why aren't you able to answer all of these questions if you're a authority on meat eating?
Because it doesn't relate to what
And
we
these are the
planned for
things.
this to be
These
about.
no, dude, these are things you say on your videos.
He's an
But
authority.
it doesn't relate
all
to the
the
proposition.
time.
It just doesn't relate to what we've.
It
what we
doesn't matter that it
established
doesn't
in the beginning.
relate. Saying that it doesn't relate to the proposition is you hiding from me right now. You have nothing.
Saying it doesn't relate to the proposition is what you need to say when something is not related to the debate you plan to have.
If we're supposed
like-
to eat animals, why do they run away from us?
If
If we're supposed to eat,
Ooh, that's a good point I never thought of. Yeah, if we're supposed to eat animals, is it just like a test? Like God wanted to test us? I never thought about that. That's an interesting point.
meat, why is it tasteless? Why do you meat people smear vegan food all over your tasteless meat if we're supposed to be eating meat? Wouldn't we supposed to eat food that tastes good? Vegetables and fruit taste amazing. You guys smear them all over your meat. So,
So if you just want to ask me
you
questions,
think in your head
if you want to ask me,
sense.
I'm not a scientist, so don't quote me on this, but I guess read this somewhere, heard this somewhere, that the reason why we see the colors that we see are so that we can find the colored fruits and vegetables, the things that are good for us, which is not a surprise. Like if you have like a plate full of brightly colored food, they're like super high in antioxidants, all these health benefits from that food. Yep.
if you want to ask me
Makes
questions,
sense to me.
I can't do this anymore. If you want to ask me questions and do like an interview type thing, get my perspective on stuff, that's fine. We could do that. That's totally fine. But if you want to have an actual debate, it's not going to work where you're just simply asking me questions about things unrelated to what you wanted this
perspective do
debate
you
to be
have
about.
at 19 years old that you're an authority to answer questions by people far older than you that have been around far longer?
No, I'm saying you are continuously asking me questions about meat, about fruit.
Those questions are things you have said. I'm questioning things you have said in your videos.
I've also said that
I'm
Joe
debunking
Biden.
your video.
I've also said Joe Biden is an idiot, but you're not asking me about that. These things are
Why would
unrelated to
I-
the proposition.
No,
These things are not
Joe
related.
Biden
You are bringing
is
up.
an idiot, and
you-
these things are all things you say on your video to back up your BS agenda.
Just because I've said them, it doesn't mean that it's relevant to what we're discussing now, right?
Do you think
the whole
being in
fruit thing is not
survival
relevant.
mode? Do you think being in survival mode is longevity mode? Or is survival mode like a last ditch kind of position you put your body in?
Well, it might be if meat eating is associated with longevity.
Well, it's not, because when you eat meat, it puts your body in survival mode.
Then why did the study find that the more you meat, the more meat you eat, the longer you live?
You're just so this whole these like 12 studies I brought up, we're just gonna ignore all those, and you're just gonna dance around this one study that I haven't looked at yet.
So you're
okay.
saying
Well,
that,
okay. Then
no,
we'll drop,
no.
We'll drop
No.
that.
I'm responding.
We can drop the longevity thing because I need to look at this study. So
what you're saying is that a study showing that mental health
I don't
disorders.
know that.
No. You're saying that a study with showing that people have higher rates of mental health issues when they work in a slaughterhouse. That study holds more merit than a meta-analysis showing that meat eating is associated with longevity. You are totally.
I want to hear your. I want to hear your mental gymnastics in explaining that, because if they're both true, then we need to further study these things. But you already said you're not going to debate me again because whatever. So, I mean, at this point, if we're not going to be able to follow up with the studies that both of us brought here, then it's kind of, pointless to do.
I mean, it's why, like, the health stuff is just sort of like irrelevant to veganism and ethics and stuff, because like nobody's going to be able to read the studies during the debate. So there's already sort of an issue with that. Because you can't just pause the debate and read through the study. Like, I was starting to read through that study and I was ignoring what was being said, but I don't want to pause it and have you guys just staring at me, just looking at a study. He is living proof. Jeffrey is living proof that you can be perfectly healthy on a vegan diet. It's right in front of you, Joey. And then, so if you can be perfectly healthy on a vegan diet, let's say that there's a marginal difference. Let's even grant, for the sake of argument, that you might be marginally healthier on a carnivore diet, which is absurd, but let's just say, for the sake of it, marginally healthier on a carnivore diet. He's fine. So now we should get into the ethics of putting animals into slaughterhouses, and that's why this is and again, like, veganism is, as he tried to explain to Joey, and I'm sure Joey understood this, but it is not a diet.
To be doing a debate anymore and looking at the actual facts.
So I think I can kind of address what you brought up so far. So let's give a brief rundown so there's some organization to this. Number one, you brought up the correlation between people who work in slaughterhouses and mental health problems. Number two, you brought up like associations between meat eating and heart disease and various adverse health outcomes. Anything that I'm missing that's not encapsulated in what I just mentioned?
There was more there, I think, but we'd have to go through the video.
Okay.
You'll see it again.
So yeah, whatever.
You're completely unteachable, dude. Like, you think you're unbiased, but you're completely unteachable. Not that I'm saying I'm teaching you anything right now.
I'm very open, actually.
No, you're not.
Because I actually did try veganism.
If you're open,
at one point.
You didn't try.
I did try for like a week.
Couple weeks. Tried veganism for a couple weeks. I tried to be ethical for a couple of weeks, and it just didn't take for me. So I tried veganism. So you tried plant-based for a couple of weeks, and I wish we would talk about that. But again, his little tummy ache that he probably got, which could have been completely unrelated to his food, caused him to go on YouTube and seek out the experts, right? This is where you come for the experts, YouTube, right? That's why y'all come to me, right? For the expert opinion of someone with a master's in opinion.
Fad dieter, not vegan. You still wore leather. You still wore wool. Yes, plant-based. Yes,
sure.
You are you half-assed plant-based diet, fad dieted for a moment. That doesn't give you any credibility. That doesn't
doesn't give you any credibility. which isn't even like, you know, he's not slamming them.
Give you any credibility.
Actually,
You can't admit that.
I'm just saying I'm just saying I'm actually very open-minded to different things, and
You're absolutely not.
you have
You're
no
a
you have no way to know
typical
that.
teenager, bro. You think you know everything. You're
I don't
absolutely
I
typical. You think the
I don't
carnivore
think I know
diet
everything.
made your voice deeper when you were going through puberty. You think it made your jaw wider when you were going through puberty. Like,
is that real? Is that what he said during some of his videos? He went through puberty and he attributed that to a carnivore diet. When did this guy go through puberty?
you don't even know what puberty is, probably, if you're going to be pointing at that. Like, this is your science. You're like, look at my jaw. Like, dude, you just turned 19. Like, you're a teenager going through puberty. You're misdiagnosing yourself to fit your agenda.
I said my voice may have gotten deeper. I never said that.
Of course it did. You're going through puberty. Of course it did.
I started the carnivore when I was like 18 and a half. So
18 and a half? That's something that teenagers say.
Oh, not 18. Yeah, maybe about 18 and a half. No, I started, I experienced a lot of.
So he's 19 now. He started carnivore diet half a year ago. Okay.
Changes after that had been sort of stagnating before that. So I've
you're hitting puberty right at that point.
No, I have some reason to believe
16 on is puberty. 7 and it ramps up. So your hormones are going crazy right now, turning you into a man.
Most people go through puberty around like 13, 14. It's younger than that.
Not have taught you this in school, but it's not this carnivore diet you're eating. You're poisoning your gut with. Like, dude, you have an eating disorder. You have an eating disorder. You say you cherry pick frugivore stuff because they're exactly like you. The only other people I know of that don't drink water are frugivores. And
yeah, I don't blame you, Jeffrey, because I feel like unless you like really have like an encyclopedic knowledge of the health, like that's why I feel like Richard Vegan Gains is quite a good debater about these things, because he really has it's really quite impressive to see how he can just like pull up from memory all these studies. Yeah, it's just like it just evolves so quickly, doesn't it? It's like it's worth trying, but I've never seen him go all that well.
And anorexics, bro. Like, you have an eating disorder, and you and all your Joe Rogan group think carnivore people, you guys all tell each other all this stuff as if it's facts and if it's real. For one, many people lie, and especially about diets and diet success. And so, you get your Joe Rogans and your Dr. Bakers and your Liver Kings, starting everyone on these fad diets that are actually eating disorders. Like, eating meat all day is an eating disorder, dude. Like, look at Men's Health magazine, how they treat the carnivore and keto diet. Like, look at how any science that's reputable treats the keto and carnivore diet, bro. Like, you guys are it's a cult of Rogan. It's a cult of personality. You guys all think because Rogan said it that it must be true. And that's why you wouldn't even know about this stuff if Rogan hadn't had Baker on and Carnivore Diet Guy and like all this stuff. Like, it's super funny. Because you didn't learn this from science, because science isn't saying this. Just because you have one study, who knows who paid for that study? That's the first thing you got to look at, is where the money's coming from. But it's just your channel. It's not, like I said, it's not Joey's health channel.
I'm just gonna let you go on.
Just like one thing that's interesting, I think, just like the nature of like going vegan, like there was a humility in those moments, right? For us, like there was like, oh, we've been wrong. And that's like, to me, that's already just a great starting point where, most people weren't like born into like vegan families or vegetarian families. Those do exist, obviously, but most people have like, when we're talking about being open-minded, most people who went vegan were eating meat. So they had to sort of grapple with being wrong. And, when people go vegan, typically, because they saw what happens to animals, So yes, it could be the case that vegans also want studies that back up our position and that sort of thing. But I mean, in the beginning, like I feel like people, I didn't do this, but I feel like a lot of people would be looking for excuses to not do it because they didn't want to make a big change in their life. So it just didn't exist. There was no good arguments. All the arguments pointed that this is the right choice, not just for the animals, but for the planet and for our health. You know, like, so this guy says he's open-minded and tried a plant-based half-assed diet, like Jeffrey said, for about 2 weeks or so, which is that even true? Did he even do it? Like, I don't know.
I got a
keep
lot,
going with
dude. I
this.
got,
Go ahead.
loads of stuff.
Yeah, go ahead and just just
You act like you care.
release it all.
It's
Go
the
ahead.
most this is like one of the worst anti-vegan channels. And it's funny, it's like you have like you have family members at YouTube. Like you don't even look like you're really that into doing this channel. You just kind of treat it like a job. And like you half listen to what your co-hosts say. There's that guy Hamad guy you've done a couple of videos with. He's completely made you contradict yourself because
What do we got? 5D Joe is here. It's a Jeremy stream. Joe, please have a seat and strap in. Who said you could come into my stream, Joe, and then BRB? Who gave you that permission? Just so you know, Joe, there are a lot of mods in here right now who can deal with you.
because of how much nonsense the guy was saying. You just agree with everything he's saying because you don't really listen.
I don't agree. I don't necessarily agree.
You agree with nothing that
Have
guy
fun
said.
with that.
You agreed when he said that there's 16 aisles of vegan food at the supermarket, bro. Like you do not listen to your co-hosts at all.
No, here's the thing. It's not a debate when I'm letting them talk. I'm not gonna push back on every single thing that they say.
But you'll
can
push
acknowledge
back
it.
at everything I say because
Because
you have a
we're in a
position
debate.
that carnivore is the biggest thing in the world.
Because
and
we're in
you
a
have
debate.
No, because you're the carnivore guy,
No,
and you
no,
have
because
to
we're in a debate.
defend. You have to defend carnivorism.
No, because we're in a
Even
debate.
if science doesn't back it, you have to do it because that is your channel. Like I can report on anything. I could change my opinions at any time, and I still have my channel. You change your opinion, your people are gone. So you can't even if you came to a different conclusion, and even if you knew that this stuff wasn't true, you'd continue to
And he doesn't have that channel anymore. And it might be because he got destroyed in debates, or it might be because he realized, oh, this carnivore thing is full of shit. Just like my pants for going carnivore.
peddle it like you do
true.
already. Yeah, it is.
You don't know that.
Look at your channel.
You
How do
are
I not?
saying okay.
I know
Fuck
way
this.
more
No,
about
no,
you.
no.
You left.
No. You are saying things about me that are just simply untrue. You don't know what you're saying about me is not true. So you actually need to stop saying things about me that are not true. Okay, if I was
body
convinced,
of content.
no, you don't know me. You don't know me. So if I
Body
change
of
my mind,
content shows
look,
me.
look. No. If I changed my mind about carnivore, if I started eating plants and thought that was optimal, I would tell people. So for you to say that I would do it, no, dude, you actually need to like shut your mouth.
You
like,
change your YouTube channel.
No. Carnivore. Paul Saladino did it. His name's Carnivore MD. He eats fruit now. So I would do it.
That's not carnivore. He's not a carnivore either. He doesn't. He's not an animal.
We were talking about carnivores in the last chat. Paul Saladino. What a fucking joke that guy is. You know, and I pointed out that, salad is in his name. Do you think like he was getting picked on when he was a kid and people were calling him like salad boy, and he was like, oh, I should bet I'm going to do carnivore now. You'll see I'm big and tough. Just a theory, not based on anything other than one minuscule observation I made about him.
Animal that
my point exactly. No. Wait, how's that relevant?
Crazy
he started preaching stop. He started preaching the carnivore diet, and then he changed his mind. I'm right now preaching the carnivore diet. I have carnivore in my name, just like Paul Saladino does and did. If I change my mind, stop. If I change my mind, I would let people know. And whether or not you believe it, I don't care at all. It doesn't matter. But maybe
that's
one day,
like
if I change my
saying-
mind, you'll see that.
You did a quiz off, Dennis, YouTube, because he lost a Harry Potter quiz to you. Oh, did you know this guy, Dennis, or are you just introduced to him now?
That on my channel. I don't know if I changed my mind.
That's like having a channel called AA, The Sober Truth, and then drinking again and continuing to drink and keeping your channel called AA, The Sober Truth. You know, like that doesn't make any sense. If you're no longer carnivore, it's disingenuous to continue promoting carnivorism if you've figured out that what you promoted isn't 100% accurate.
I agree with you.
So why are you using him as an example of someone doing something right?
I'm not saying he's doing something right. I'm just saying he made the switch. So I'm saying people with the name carnivore are not necessarily going to stick to that name, even if they find something else. I'm not saying it's good what he did.
Okay, so you have to, if you're going to enter the carnivore diet community, you have to slide your way through the web of lies, because half the people are, that's the whole thing, is you haven't been around long enough to test this stuff out. Like, I've tested this stuff out on me. I was carnivore for 2 years. Yeah, sure, I got buff, but my health and mental health absolutely did not get better during that time. I simply got buffer, but I got a lot more aggressive, because when you eat meat, it puts you in life or death mode.
I can only imagine you being more aggressive. You must have been really crazy if you were more aggressive than you are now.
This is that aggressive?
Really
I mean,
crazy. Yeah, why are you acting so crazy, Jeffrey? You're explaining to this 19-year-old guy that you were carnivore. You did the carnivore diet for 2 years, as opposed to his less than a year at this point, maybe even half a year.
This is a mildly heated conversation. And it's funny that you said
It's
that,
not
like,
even that heated.
it's funny because
Mild,
you say,
definitely mild.
I know that vegan people send you messages and say that you are inconsistent and you project, because that's what you do. You are inconsistent and you project in all your titles. And it's funny
No,
because
if you're
you use that against Harley the whole time you interviewed Harley. You're projecting. You're being inconsistent.
No, stop. Explain how I'm inconsistent. Explain how I project. Explain how I'm inconsistent. Explain how I project. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
All these questions I've been asking you are questions from things you said in your videos that are contradictions. Like, what do you mean? That's being inconsistent.
You
think I'm saying you're not being consistent about promoting carnivorism? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're inconsistent with your arguments. Your arguments are all based in BS or fallacy, and I'm not saying you aren't being consistent with the carnivore stuff. Obviously, you have a channel, your video, you have 20,000 subscribers, yet you get like 40,000 views.
20,000 subscribers to this kid? Oh my God. I've had my YouTube channel for like 6 months. I've got like 300 subscribers. Ugh, that's depressing. Ugh. Guys, why do we reward this buffoonery?
So like something's funny going on at YouTube. Like you either have like family members working there, because that's like you've had a channel what, 6 months? That's insane. Like I've never seen a channel get so big. And it's like it's the same thing for anyone who does a carnivore channel.
6
months. You think the powers that be are pushing veganism,
right?
But vegans don't get huge channels. And
no,
anyone
we don't.
Anyone who talks about carnivorism
in
we 6 don't. Months can get 20,000 followers and 30,000 views.
Oh man, that's I mean, even our big channels like Earthling Ed, he's got like what, 450,000. I haven't checked in a while. That's pretty small. I know there are some like vegan cooking channels and stuff. Like there are some like more like accessible channels that have, I think, in the millions. But yeah, in terms of like vegan activists, I think you would probably say that Ed might be among the biggest, if not the biggest.
Like you are in the peak of the algorithm, dude. Like I've never seen someone so on fire, and it's about and the content is crap, and you know the
Yes, but it's also like entertaining, and that might be part of it. That's like Frankie Tefano. He's got like 100. I don't know. He's got a lot of subscribers, and I'm sure a lot of those people. I mean, there are those people who watch him, but there are a lot of people who are watching him for the lols.
the comment section is full of complete like like people just reaffirming your misinformation nonstop. It's absolutely hilarious. But
guys, sub to my channel if you're not. I need some more subs. Let's hit 20K in this stream. 20,000 subscribers. We can do it. There's 6 people in here. We got to do it one person at a time. Subscribe. Tell all your friends. Tell them about Jeremy Loeb. He's got this great YouTube channel where he does like really hard to pay attention to, like 2-hour conversations. Nobody watches 2-hour conversations. I know that. That's the issue. I think like my channel, where it's really based around these long form conversations, which are very valuable to some people, but it's not widely accessible. I know that. I think honestly, and I don't really have a way to measure. I guess I can look on Spotify and stuff, but it's also an audio podcast. You can search my name, and I think that's where people are able to like more engage with it. I think most people like really seriously engaging are probably like listening to it in their cars if they have to take long rides. 4 to 8 hour streams. Nice, Jeffrey. I do feel like that the live streams do a little better just because just because they're like like people can talk and engage. In Sky Morgan Jack's stream today, they talked of a vegan leader coming to represent them, and I thought of Jeremy. Oh, damn it, they muted you, damn, you should have put it in there. Well, I don't know Sky personally. I do know Crystal. Crystal and I used to work together on DXE Press stuff, so I know Crystal. But yeah, I've spoken to Sky, but not much.
It's funny how this has turned into just like a rant of you just getting angry at me. It's fine.
I'm giving you my observation.
Yeah, streams are fun, Jeffrey. I do enjoy this.
It stopped being a debate when you showed that you didn't prepare for it and you didn't bring any.
And thanks for being here too, Jeffrey. It's like really an honor to have you in my streams. You have a much larger channel, and it is a lot of fun to react to content while the person's there. I did that with Chris Hines. That was so much fun.
Any citation
Vegan Days earlier.
You made. So
No.
A debate isn't agreeing on a premise and then yelling
dude,
words at each other for an hour. Like
you lost this. Like very clearly, you lost this because you provided absolutely nothing of merit.
I provided a bunch
absolutely
of stuff.
nothing.
I said a bunch of great stuff on your channel.
Oh no! You said nothing.
Yeah, well, Dennis. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to agree with everybody. Like I disagree with a lot of vegans on many different things. Yeah, I appreciate that about Sky's channel, that they have pretty heated debates sometimes. I saw he and Chip going at it a little bit, and it's good. Like people should be able to disagree. It's unfortunate they muted you, because I feel like you should be able to be there to disagree as well. Yeah, thanks, Jeffrey. I appreciate that. I like to do that too. I really wish I had a bigger channel that I could support people more. Like I'm telling them, go sub to your channel. There's 6 people here. But hey, Dennis, go sub. Go sub to Jeffrey.
Nothing great. You said, and everyone watching is gonna know.
Yeah, Skyjack Morgan. That's vegan, of course. Vegan, of course.
So that you
physical challenge, bro. Where's your blood work? Where is your blood work? Physical challenge, dude. We're both in LA. Let's do it. Let's play soccer. You're good at soccer. I'm not good at soccer. Like any physical challenge.
Soccer, I'm so ready for that. That would be
you
fun.
probably beat me at soccer, but anything else.
Do you play basketball?
Okay.
Do you play basketball at all?
Yeah.
We can play basketball if you want.
No, that's not like a that's how much have you practiced kind of like that's saying, oh, come race me on bicycles. That's not going to be, you know.
Do you want to do a sprint?
That's not going to be fair for you.
How about like a 400-meter sprint or something, or like a 100-meter?
It's not going to be again. If it's something you've practiced a whole bunch, like I'm not making you ride bikes because I would smoke you any day of the week with my broken knee on a bike race.
I used to be real big into riding bikes. Actually, I lived in DC for a year and I was a bike taxi driver. That was so fun. Best job you can have, honestly, guys. So much fun. I mean, this was like more than a decade ago, but I've done it other places too, but it was so much fun in DC because, yeah, it was like the DC was my playground. I had like the cops chasing me because we weren't supposed to park at the at the museums, which is like where all our business was. But yeah, riding people around. So yeah, we just felt like I was like, what was I? I was like my mid-20s, and like, yeah, getting chased around.
So we're not going to do bikes. We do something else that isn't something both of us have, you know, clearly been practicing.
I'm saying we can fight, we can sprint, we can play soccer, basketball.
How tall are you? How tall are you?
I'm
maybe we got to do that. Maybe let's have an MMA fight with like, pads and shit.
Dennis, you don't listen to me. I said sub to Vegan Gays, sub to Jeffrey. Sub to Victoria, we react to Victorious Vegan, sub to all the channels. Come on, Dennis. You know you want to.
Like we won't kill each other, but let's do an MMA fight.
I'm like 5'11". I'm like 5'11". How tall are you?
I'm 5'11". Also, what do you weigh?
I'm 5'11".
Like 180.
Okay, well you weigh a lot more than me.
Okay, then maybe we should.
Your BMI is really high if you're 180 at 5'11", bro.
Yeah,
but I know you don't believe any of that stuff.
Well, I think even a lot of the accepted
so you would have a weight,
you
would have an age and a weight and a diet advantage, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Holy shit, let's do it, dude. Okay, we don't have to debate again. Let's just have like a normal 3 or 5 rounds. 5 round.
I know one way to solve that, Dennis. You could go vegan, and then they will be very nice to you.
Like MMA fight. I'll find a cool gym in LA. Dude, Anderson Silva has a gym in WeHo. Where do you live?
Westwood.
Westwood? Oh, of course you do. Yeah, no, he's okay. You agreeing to that?
Yeah,
I'm 45, dude. You should be able to smoke me.
Yeah, I mean, I
yeah, Jeff is cool. Jeff's cool. Victoria's cool. Victoria is Victorious Vegan on YouTube. She's awesome. We've reacted to her several times. Who else? Mel and Steve go sub to them. John ARA, Homeless Vegan. He's been doing a lot of live streams. Who else? Joey, sub to like some of the big channels like Joey Carbstrong and Earthling Ed. I mean, they put out great stuff.
I haven't done much fighting, but I think I
haven't done much. Like I'm not. I've
okay.
Wayne Shung, sub to Wayne Shung.
I've not trained much.
Yeah, it'll be fun. We could do it.
Okay, let's really though. Don't fuck with me on this. This would be really fun.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Okay, physical challenge fight, MMA fight, 5-round MMA fight.
It's just kind of unfortunate that because I was kind of hoping to do somewhat of a real debate, like actually talking about some stuff.
Well, you didn't bring any. You didn't prepare for a debate. You're prepared for a discussion. When we first talked, you said, "Do you want to have a discussion or a debate?" And I said, "Debate."
Yeah.
This isn't a debate. Everything you've been doing is discussing.
No.
So it's no longer a debate. Should we swap over to the Garland Farms? Let's do that. What do you think? What do you think, Jeffrey? Because I kind of wanted to see that. But you've done multiple with him. I know that. But those are kind of funny. I want to hear that by the bean thing. Jeffrey Garland Farms. What do y'all think? Or are y'all enjoying this video? I don't want to dictate. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Jeffrey. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. You know what I should do? I should, yeah, since Jeffrey going to take off. Yeah, they're long. We'll do it another day. I was going to put on John ARA. Let's watch that so that Jeffrey can get to bed and not get in trouble with the missus. But yeah, it is such an honor for you to be here, Jeffrey. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for coming. Yeah, check out Jeffrey's channel. This is John ARA. Let's see, show that. I haven't watched this one. This one's like 3 days old, or something like that, 5 days.
Why are you? Right. Why are you playing the victim? Have you heard about this before, miss?
Well, as I'm farming, I've never heard of it. No.
No.
They don't go in gas chambers.
Of course I do. When? When do you go to the slaughterhouse? Did you say you're involved in farming?
Tash Peterson, nice.
Why don't you look it up? I've put the source there. You've got a phone on you, haven't you? Look it up right now if you want. I can show you the footage if you want as well.
Hey, here's another guy you can sub to. You can sub to John ARA. Why do you find her funny, Dennis? What's funny about it? I mean, she's actually like one of the most dedicated activists and courageous. It's quite impressive.
The activists are.
But they don't all.
The activists. No, I never said all. I said 90%. What are you?
People need to get out to farms and see what's really.
I grew up next to a.
Well, you say that you people need to go out and get to farms, and then we do that, and then they try to throw people in jail.
Dairy farm. Instead of look, instead of
Do you know what? There's people just look after those animals, they care for them. All people do is just slaughter the farmers all the time.
Why are you? Right. Why are you playing the victim? Sorry, who's the victim in all this? The farmers or the animals getting sent to slaughterhouse?
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, I need the subs. I need them. I need that little boost, you know? Where the big, I need the Jeffrey boost. I need the Jeffrey boost.
And pigs getting forced in the gas chambers.
Look, most of the animals in this country, I can't speak for them all, are looked after to the highest welfare standards you can ever imagine.
Most animals are in factory farms. Statistically.
Yeah, people don't want to pay for the amount of the food, the cost of the food that it really costs to produce kindly. That's what's going on.
You can't kindly take. How do you kindly take someone's life?
And yet, if you don't do that here, even abroad, you just import it from abroad.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that either. But
you know, where does it stop and start? I don't know.
Just
with you know, you not doing that to animals at all. How about that? Just try that. Try leaving animals alone. That would be nice.
Stop exploiting animals. Stop sending animals to slaughterhouses.
We love animals, and believe you me, we treated our animals on our farm with absolute.
Yeah, but until when?
Yeah, okay, they eventually go.
Yeah, this is my point.
But not in a gas chamber.
In the kindest slaughter possible. Her debates are with kids. Well, it's like the kids come up and try to troll her on the street, and then they get, you know, and then they're on camera.
Kindest possible way.
What's a kind way to take someone's life?
Well, people are murdered.
Explain it to me.
Animals are treated badly. Humans are treated badly.
Yeah, we don't agree with that, do we?
But we looked after
I'm
them.
not having a go at you. I just want to have a conversation.
But anyway.
Trying to educate people as well, you know, because you come up to me and said this isn't true, and that bugs me because I've looked this up. I know, because they don't want you to know. They don't want people to know this. They do. I promise you. You can look it up on your phone right now. I'll stand here while you do it.
False news, lady. Oh my goodness. We got loads of footage of this. Gonna be honest, Jeremy, I don't think Tash is as critically efficient in debates as Jack. I'm not sub to Jack because I don't care about him much, but I do think he's a better debater. Jack is awesome. I have had the pleasure of having Jack on my channel. I'm going to challenge you, Dennis, can you do me a favor and just watch that debate? I mean, sorry, not debate, discussion that I had with Jack. I wonder if it might give you a different perspective on him. He's quite an amazing human being. Extremely well-spoken, extremely kind. There's that. I don't mean right this second, but just on your time. You know, I know it's a long discussion, but check it out. I have like a real high amount of respect for Jack Higgs and Tash. And I mean, just the amount that they've had to go through for being outspoken. I mean, they've courted to some extent the controversy because that's what gets the views, that's what gets the clicks. But I mean, I don't know. Like they are like, I feel like Tash is such a lightning rod. Like it's for anti-vegans, it's easy to hate on her because she's done some, you know, absurd type theater stuff to get the headlines. And but I mean, they are, I don't know what else to say. Like they are just like incredibly courageous. And I feel like that's the highest compliment that someone could pay about an activist, among the highest.
You could look it up on DEFRA. The people that say they're right. Let me explain this to you. Please do. People explain to this. The people that are sanctioning this say they're doing it. Okay, it's not me saying they're doing it. The people that are doing it are saying they're doing it. But you have to go digging for the information because they don't really want people to know.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, well, now you know. And please look it up. Please look it up. Thank you.
You're right in what you're doing to protect animals, but every day you see all these horrific things about people with pets, horses and stuff as well. And there's just some people look after the animals, some don't.
Sure.
Like builders and others.
Yeah.
But I don't think...
Let me just explain it to you like this, right? Even if I had a...
Is this the same woman? Sorry. Is this, she went in the store and came back? Yeah, it's the same woman.
They're sanctioning this, say they're doing it. And they're doing it.
Every day you see all these... Some people look after the animals, some don't. It's like
You're missing the point, lady. I mean, you went in the store and had all that time to think about what he's not advocating for the humane treatment of farm animals. He's advocating for us to not exploit the farm animals to begin with, to not turn them into farm animals. That's what he's advocating.
And others.
Yeah.
But I don't think...
Let me just explain it to you like this, right? Even if I had one pig at home, right? I gave him belly rubs every day, brilliant, right? And then I sent, you know, one day I shoot him in the head, or I electrocute him, or I put him in the gas chamber.
I know it seems
you
like
know?
that. It is, but it's how it's been for years, isn't
I know,
it?
but that's...
Do you not eat any meat or
Of course not,
eggs
no.
or milk
I
or
completely
anything?
reject the idea.
Fish. I always laugh at some of you people eat fish, and I think, oh my god, I've watched fishing.
No. I always laugh that some of you people eat fish. What are you talking about, lady? What? She doesn't know who she's talking to, or she doesn't understand. Like, first of all, like, by the way, if you see someone outside of a store holding up a sign about animal exploitation, they are not vegetarians or pescatarians.
Absolutely
I think
not.
that's horrific.
No.
So you put
No,
little things in there,
look, no
You ever
vegan-
seen a vegetarian protest? No, you haven't. Sorry. They don't give a shit.
Never eat fish. Veganism is rejecting the idea that animal... It's not a diet, right? That's the first thing. It's not a diet, because people just think it's a fad diet, okay? It's about
What games am I playing right now, Dennis? I love talking about games, so I don't mind. I was playing Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider. That game pissed me off yesterday. I got kind of annoyed with it. Because I was just getting tired of the little gun battles. I am going to play this game called The Forest, because I was looking at that the other day, and then someone in L's stream mentioned it. Like, you can play the game and go through it. And if you don't kill any of the animals, you get little vegan trophy or something. Anyway, the game looks cool, and I was already looking at that, so I'm like, I'll play that game. So the Forest, which I'll probably play later, maybe tonight, might do. And yeah, what else? I was played this game called Somerville the other day. They're all on, like, by the way, if y'all, I know this is a separate thing, but if y'all go on my channel, you click the live, that's where you find these. They're all on there. And then also the gaming streams as well. But yeah, the Forest and Tomb Raider. And I downloaded Grand Theft Auto, which I had played years ago, but my boy Aaron P., whose birthday it was yesterday, had done like a invited everybody to play, and then I was left out because I hadn't downloaded it, and it was going to take 4 hours, and I was sad. I was very sad.
Getting the idea that animals are here for us to use as products and resources. Full stop. I won't go to a zoo. I won't go to SeaWorld.
Agreed. No, agreed.
Aquarium.
No,
so it's good. See, some things we have a lot in common, right?
Yeah, and we
it's just certain animals we don't have things in common.
Yeah.
Because of the way you're brought up.
Yeah.
And remember, I've only been vegan 3 years, so I was funding this for a lot of my life.
Yeah, I will say though.
Just, I do want to say, like, it was kind of her to come back and have a longer chat.
You know, if you at least buy sort of local meat and that in this country, at least most of the time you can't talk for everyone. Like there's always cowboy.
She's on welfare,
but it doesn't matter because, like I said to you already,
but they all
go to a slaughterhouse.
Okay,
a fraction of their lifespan.
Yeah.
Fraction of their lifespan. I mean,
Yeah,
how
you're mistaking the welfare argument, which he's not making. He's not there advocating for better welfare for animals. He's advocating you stop exploiting animals. So when you come back and you say, look, you know, on my farm, we do this way, he doesn't give a shit. It's also just usually not true. You can talk about your own farm, sure. Like, they're still going to the slaughterhouse.
you know, how old are dairy cows when they're sent to a slaughterhouse? I mean, it
Rough.
varies, but
Okay.
roughly.
I'll look into that.
Well, we didn't used to make a lot of money, so ours used to stay on there as long as possible. We had some cows 14, 15 years old, but unfortunately, yeah, but that's
their body
because,
gives up, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's because it has. Well, unfortunately, the way farming works, it's like the customer wants cheap food, or government wants cheap food, and that is what's pushed all this horrible farming. I admit,
but the dairy industry doesn't make much money, right?
No, it doesn't.
No.
And I admit, I went to an intensive dairy. And I thought, Christ, this isn't how we did it at home, and it made me just sick. I didn't like it. But a lot of them are driven that way because of money.
Yeah.
And people think we need to drink.
Just like you were driven by money by having a dairy at home. And just because the welfare standards on your local farm were a little higher than that of a intensive dairy farm, you were still exploiting animals for money. So for you to say, oh, it's so terrible that they're just driven by the dollar, how is that any more terrible than what you were doing with the animals? It's not. They're driven by the dollar, you're driven by the dollar. And they did not consent to any of that. The animals did not give you consent to exploit them for their milk, which was for their baby.
Milk from a cow, which in itself is a completely separate thing.
Yeah.
Why would we need milk as adults from another species we don't want?
The trouble is, we've done that for thousands of years.
Yeah, we have.
But
But that's just the amount of time we've done something, right? That's called an appeal tradition fallacy.
You'd end up with no animals because.
Yeah, we just wouldn't. Well, how do these animals come into existence in the first place, right?
But they kind of hung on to us
because
we fed them and looked after them.
Yeah, because you were keeping them in a pen or whatever, like on whatever. Let's just say it's the highest welfare or whatever. There's like a fence and they're all fenced in. They're kept there. They're not even natural animals, so they can't even exist in the wild. And you feed them. And yes, they come up to you for their food. They want their food, so they come up to you and you think, oh, they love me. And then you betray them by sending them to a slaughterhouse for money, which you're now saying, oh, it's a shame that those intensive dairy farms, oh, they treat the animal like that because they want money. That's what you did.
dairy farm that my dad lives near, that I lived next to for 20 years, right? They
Yeah.
have something called an AI man. You probably know about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
So that's how they're getting pregnant, right? It's not cows mating. It's not pigs mating.
It depends. Isn't it?
I saw footage. There's brand new footage come out from a group called Animal Justice Project.
Yeah, but they do
from
that
a boar
because-
farm. A boar farm, right?
Yeah.
Disgusting treatment of the animals, dosing them with drugs to make them, I don't know what, docile or something, and doing the most horrific things to them, which I won't even describe. You can imagine, to get the semen out of them, to send to farms so they can re-impregnate the sows and keep.
So that you guys don't complain.
Speaking of investigations, guys, did you see ARM investigations exposed Fairlife Dairy again? I was doing Fairlife protests 5 years ago because I believe it was ARM them too who exposed them beating cows, punching bobby calves in the face, and oh, that's not us. That's not what we're about. We've suspended those individuals, you know. Got caught again.
That they're killing off young calves and sending off calves to field.
It's nothing to do with me complaining. I just don't want people to exploit animals.
With AI, you can decide whether it's going to be a female or a male. So at least if it's a
yeah,
female,
you can get
it goes into the
sex
milking
semen,
herd.
right? Yeah, the dairy farm near me uses
we're
that now.
ahead
Yeah.
of Britain.
Yeah.
But, actually,
But it doesn't
we'd
really matter
rather-
to me,
we'd
yeah.
We'd rather have an old bull out in the field, you know, doing all that. But then it's all in a bit of a mess.
But we
that's
just
why it
we just
happens.
don't need to be doing any of this, you know. We're talking about sort of like how things can be done and welfareism, but we don't
Here's
need to do
the
any of
ARM
this.
investigation.
I much prefer my
It's linked
taxes
to.
help farmers transition to just arable and whatever else, rather than my taxes at the moment going to dairy, which is only afloat because of our taxes, right?
And Fairlife Dairy, which they sell in grocery stores all over the place, got the little cartoon cow on it, is owned by Coca-Cola. So might be a good time to boycott. What do y'all think?
Probably. But then they have to do that because you have to be self-sufficient for food in a country, don't you? So that's why that's like that. Anyway, they're going to tax the arable farmers to death now anyway. So
Are they?
I wouldn't worry about that. You have to find something else to eat.
Yeah, well, that's all we can eat, isn't it? I mean, to me, that's food. Plant food is food. Animals are not food. You're not food to me. You're not here for me to exploit in any way. You know, that's the way I just view. I mean, we're animals, right? We're all animals. We're just, slightly more
I
intelligent
suppose
and
it's
got
weird.
opposable
It's like,
thumbs.
our thing is we care for our animals and we look after them, but yes, they do.
Yeah,
go
see,
to
that's
that
the end
place.
part, right? So
Yeah,
even
they
if you do look after them,
Yeah.
but they're branded, right? They still brand cows and do.
She became reasonable. She's at least having an honest discussion with them.
Other horrible things to them, so you can say like they're treated well. Dairy farm near me, I think they either freeze brand them or hot brand them.
No, they don't. They have labels in their ears.
They're tagged as well, yeah. They're branded as well.
But
the
then we
ones
have to
near me.
do that because they've got to have a passport for the government.
Yeah, they're a
So they have
number.
to do that.
Yeah,
Yes,
because
they have to do
that's
that.
the thing though. But the
Oh yeah, good. Stay away from the Coke, Dennis. Felix, I have mixed feelings about protesting Fairlife as it suggests there are acceptable options for dairy. I know what you mean. Slightly awkward. But I do think when a company is exposed in such a way that even the general public will find abhorrent, it's good to highlight it. That's where I think about, yeah, it does seem welfarist, doesn't it? But, when a company gets exposed doing such horrific things, I think we should do what we can to amplify that expose, especially, sort of out of respect for the good workers who gathered up that information for us, like the undercover investigators. So guys, if you're not following ARM investigations on Instagram, Facebook, whatever you use, and YouTube, please do so, because that was a pretty major investigation they just dropped. And of course, it needs more views, eyeballs, all that kind of stuff. Have I heard that robots are being made to kill animals at slaughterhouses now? No, I didn't hear that. But they've used all sorts of, robotic, like, what do you call it? Assembly line machinery to kill animals all the time. I mean, it is often someone, a man jabbing a knife into the neck of an animal. That is ultimately what kills the animal, but they dip them in boiling hot water, they electrocute them, they put them in gas chambers. All of these, of course, are, you know, machines and things. So that's not really that new. Yeah. I mean, which, you know, it's kind of scary when you think about, because while humans are willing to do these things for money, the further and further away from the process we get as things get more and more machine-based, robot-based, separates us from that even further and allows people to look away even more. Nobody wants to be doing that job.
Sanctuaries that I follow and donate money to that keep cows that are ex-dairy and stuff, they've got names, you know? Which is what they should have. They should have names and not numbers.
We did have names as well. We had suckler herd, because they stay on the farm a long time, the suckler herd, you know?
Right.
It's all done more naturally.
Right, that's
But if you have your beef and you work to eat beef, you'd be better eating a suckler cow beef.
So you named some of the cows, did you?
The
mums.
Because they were with us for years. You know, they were.
Were you sad when you sent them away to slaughter?
They did. They just slaughter.
I was thinking it would be somewhat better in terms of veganism. Definitely not. Definitely not. You know, from watching my channel, what vegan means. So yeah, you sort of answered your own question with that comment just now. It obviously wouldn't be vegan. And I disagree. I don't think it would make the process less bad for the animals. Definitely not. If anything, it probably would make it worse, in my opinion. But who knows? Jeremy Gord, what's up? All right, now that we have two Jeremys here, things just, they seem a little better. Things just seem a little better now.
So they die of something of old age, or they'd be ill and have to actually put to sleep.
How did they put them down on the farm?
Yeah. So that's different.
How did they put them down? Was it injection or was it more horrific?
I think they were just
shot them. Yeah, actually, I've seen footage recently.
I mean, that is instant.
Yeah, I know, but
you can't have animals suffering.
No, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, that's different, right? I'm not talking about relieving suffering, but we're taking lives of young animals, you know.
But anyway, so if you were to eat beef, or if any of your friends eat beef, tell them to have suckler reared beef, because then
I'm not going to like advise.
That is.
I've still got friends and family that eat animals.
That beef then is the mum stays on the farm for years until she's like.
Right. That's interesting, but no, I'm not going to
ever. She brings up her calf herself, and the calf has her milk till probably about 9-10 months old, and then she's in calf again.
How old do they kill beef cows? Because I don't know an awful lot about the beef industry.
Well, they used to be quite old, not old, but older. But then, of course, they had all that BSC stuff, so they started killing them younger. Right. But it's usually between 24 and 36 months.
See, cows can live till they're 25.
Well, we didn't have any cows that old, but I mean, we had.
Well, no, I mean, why? Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah.
Just to answer your thing about the robots, I mean, could the robot be more consistent? Maybe, or maybe not. I mean, we're talking about animals that are different sizes. How is a robot going to get it right? I don't know. We just need to end it. You know that. We just need to end it.
But they were producing milk and they were fine, so we kept them.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we weren't making a lot of money doing it that way, but we were quite happy doing
And
it.
Sorry to interrupt the stream talking about what I'm talking about with Dennis, but the more like technology we devise to kill animals, it's disturbing. We need to stop putting our research or whatever into figuring out better, more efficient ways of killing animals. Like I said, I'm reading right now Upton Sinclair's book, The Jungle, which is about the Chicago stockyards, and that was lauded as extremely efficient. And really grim, disgusting things that happen to animals.
Doing it that way, but it's not how they will make
Highly
it.
recommend that book.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so.
Well, yeah. Hopefully that you can maybe reflect on this conversation and.
I will look into that.
Yeah, please do look into this. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Good conversation, John A.R.A. John A.R.A. As far as robots, that's still trying to find a better way to do the wrong thing. Agreed, Neil. Agreed. Well, I'm gonna pull up Mel and Steve because they have a new video. Stream is quite long, but there's a lot of people in here for my streams anyway, so I'll keep going here. Mel and Steve, who we react to quite a bit because they've been cranking videos out. Awesome people, by the way. Been able to have a conversation with them, and they are like so lovely. Mel and Steve, they are so cool. Definitely someone I'm going to invite on my channel pretty soon, I think. I like having to space out my interviews and stuff, and it can be quite a bit of work to make sure you do them right. And so I'm not rushing doing all these interviews, but I'm definitely going to interview or invite to be interviewed on my channel, Mel and Steve.
When women didn't have rights,
Yeah,
the men
that's true.
didn't want
Yeah.
women to have rights.
Yeah.
They were saying things like, no, for years women haven't had
Yeah.
rights. Men are better, we're superior, they're beneath us. In the future we'll look back and go, what the hell, my grandparents ate animals?
Yeah.
So did you read what the sign says?
Yeah, about the vegan and the abuse thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree with the sign?
I think I'm kind of stuck both ways because I can see why in some ways that it's kind of hurtful to animals. Like when you don't have organic food,
Right.
that's obviously done in a better way. But in some ways you still have that abuse to animals.
I think we can do that for them, Dennis. I think so. They need that Jeremy boost, you know? They need the Jeremy boost, I think. How many subs do they have right now? They're doing pretty well. Let's see. Oops, I backed out. Nearly 7,000.
When women didn't have rights,
Yeah,
the men
that's true.
didn't want
Yeah.
women to
They
have
need the
rights.
boost.
Yeah.
They were saying things like, no, for years women haven't had
Yeah.
rights. Men are better, we're superior, they're beneath us. In the future we'll look back and go, what the hell, my grandparents ate animals?
Yeah.
Definitely will, Neil. If they will come on.
So did you read what the sign says?
Yeah.
I don't want to just assume, but we had a really lovely, friendly conversation already about unrelated stuff. And so I feel like they would if I asked them.
About the vegan and the abuse thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree with the sign?
I think I'm kind of stuck both ways because I can see why in some ways that it's kind of hurtful to animals. Like when you don't have organic food,
Right.
that's obviously done in a better way. But in some ways you still have that abuse to animals. But I don't agree with like all the slaughter.
Oh, thank you, Felix. Yeah, John Curtin is amazing. John Curtin, what a guy. What a guy. I mean, I love too about the interview I did with John. Just like I knew that was going to be messy because of like the tech and everything. Like he's there on the Camp Beagle. And so I knew he'd be doing it from a phone. And it was messy and raw. And I loved it. It was cool. That guy. And yeah, I did a little short about that. I'll play the short. Actually, let me divert for just a minute. I thought this was an interesting point that he was making about heroes. Made this little short from that. You'll see like the you will see the video quality. Yeah.
I'm really offended by it. It's become like
it was just wild.
you know the
Here we
term
go, here we
hero. Barry was a hero. Oh, John, you're such a hero. Oh, Jim, no, we're not heroes. You know what I mean? That now I think direct action's become some like I'm really offended by it. It's become like a fantasy that's not it's become more of an image. But this thing about heroes, Jill and Barry would laugh their heads off. It's really disempowering. I'm an old punk, no gods, you know, like no kings, no gods, no leaders. You know, breaking into laboratories was a normal thing for us. It wasn't something we need special training. Now it's getting marginalized and it's becoming like some stale. I don't like it, you know, like it's too romantic now and it's become something distant. It's become something that heroes do, and I don't like that.
I just like that. I thought that was really interesting. Because, you know, we throw that term around so much, like you're a hero, you're a hero. Thank you, Neil. Yeah, like and subscribe. I like M&S being upfront with their posted. Oh, Mel and Steve. I like Mel and Steve being upfront with their posted questions rather than some vague question that tries to trap people. Yeah. Thank you, Jeremy. I wish he would say who he's talking about, Joey. I think he's talking about more in general. He was talking about how, like, at the camp, like, everybody calls him a hero. He's talking about how, like, people say to John, you're a hero, you're a hero. He wasn't calling anybody specific out. I don't think that was his intention. He was just saying, he was making the point that we're just, like he said, it's disempowering. He's basically saying, like, we're sort of making it seem like it's too much a thing that heroes do so that ordinary people will feel dissuaded or disempowered from taking direct action themselves, where he's saying, like, back in the day, like, it was just normal for us. And it was cool talking to John, like, obviously because John's this awesome guy, but also because, like, in that, like I put in that clip, he knew Barry Horn and Jill Phipps and Mike Hill and these people who lost their lives standing up for animals, which is, you know, so tragic and so incredible. In the case of Barry Horn, he was doing hunger strikes in prison, and it was his third hunger strike that ultimately killed him. But I mean, just like completely selfless people. And yeah, I just like the point. It was just interesting because I have used that too. I talked about people like being heroes and legends and stuff. It's been something that I feel almost embarrassed because, like, for instance, when I had Tom Harris on, I was like, and Chris Hines the same. I was like, you know, what do I call? Because I'm calling my friends, you legend, you legend, you legend. What do I call somebody who's like done so much in the movement? And yeah, maybe we're using those terms. They're well-meaning, you know, we're saying it as a compliment to each other, but we don't want to make these things seem inaccessible. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, sorry to divert us, but yeah, I was pretty giddy about interviewing John, and I mean, John's a pretty accessible guy. You can reach out and get in touch with John, but I did feel like I was speaking to a legend because in a way I was, but I also appreciate what he says about not building people up to this level to make it seem like there's something like massively extraordinary going on. He was just living his life and trying to do what he thought was right.
Houses and stuff, because that's okay. Yeah, for them. So you've obviously got compassion for animals, which I really love that about you.
I mean, I eat meat. Like, I don't think it's good to go without meat because obviously we're humans and we kind of need that.
Okay, there's a couple of things you've touched on. The first thing I want to ask is, what is it about organic that you think is okay?
Well, I mean, it's kind of done a bit better than going just straight into the slaughterhouses, isn't it? It's kind of...
What's the difference, though? Do you know the difference, or is this something you've been told and you kind of believe?
I don't really know the exact difference.
That's okay, because I didn't know for years too. So they tell you things like organic and grass-fed and free range. To make us, the consumer, feel better about actually paying for an animal to go to the slaughterhouse.
Right.
For some reason, when they say these things to us, it kind of covers up the fact that the animals actually like get stabbed in the throat.
Yeah.
Organic just means that they aren't injected with like growth hormones and antibiotics. That's it. So for the animal, actually,
It does depend on where you are, what these terms mean, because I do know that there were some standards for organically raised animals that were set to take effect, like some kind of welfare stuff that Trump did away with. That was like Obama era. I don't know. It's just all marketing bullshit. We know this, but it does depend on what the locality is, and so wherever things maybe this is specific to the UK, is what she's saying.
he doesn't really do anything for them. They're still inside farms, and they still essentially go to slaughterhouses. So my question is to you, even if
That's a common thing that people think about organic. It doesn't mean pesticide free. It means certain pesticides are not used. Typically, pesticides are still used.
an animal lived a really nice life, and then got taken to a slaughterhouse, is that still okay?
Well, so I'm kind of on one side because I don't really like eating baby animals. Just like lamb and stuff, you know that.
I don't like eating baby animals. Well, I'm sure Mel is about to point out to you that that's pretty much all you eat.
I think that when you know something, it kind of sways your opinion a bit more.
Definitely.
So when you know that a lamb is a baby sheep, you're still kind of like, don't know.
Baby. Like baby.
It feels wrong, doesn't it?
Does.
I was the same. I used to eat animals too, and I didn't eat lambs because of this reason. But and I think it's because I kind of connected to them. I saw that they were really cute little babies, and I kind of felt like, who am I to put a baby in a slaughterhouse? But actually, pigs, only 6 months old. In the dairy industry, the babies go to slaughter only a few weeks. Male chicks in the egg industry, 1 day old, they get blended up alive in a blender. Because they don't produce eggs. And then they're all babies. But even if they weren't babies, do you still think it's okay to send anybody to a slaughterhouse?
Well, if you kind of put it like that, you could kind of agree that it's not right. But then you can then also agree with the biology side that humans need meat. We kind of.
Why is she under this perception? Like, she must realize she's talking to a vegan, right?
Okay, you can find supplements and you can find things to kind of help you in a way that isn't just normal meat. But I think that as humans, we kind of need them.
What is it in animals that you think we need?
Well, it's like we
can't get from
evolution and stuff. Like we've.
Okay, Dennis. Like almonds were advertised in the 90s in UK to remove pesticides that kill bees pollinating them. But if you've seen the Pollinators documentary, another pesticide that kills them was introduced. Yeah, they don't mention that. Jeremy Gord, like the babies Tom Regan didn't think were clearly subjects of a life until they reached around a year old.
We've had to eat meat from generations and generations
possibly
ago.
like years ago in survival when they didn't have anything else and they were purely surviving. Like people have eaten people to survive as well. But we have options right now, and actually, and again, I used to think this too, so I'm not judging you at all. I thought we had to eat animals to survive. I thought we needed milk for calcium.
I really think that one phrase, "I'm not judging you, I used to eat meat," is a real good thing to say, because I mean, look just the body language.
Not judging, but we have options right now.
And Cliff Grant does it all the time. It seems to work really well because I feel like it lessens it a little bit for the person. Like, oh, I'm on the spot, but from someone who understands.
And actually, and again, I used to think this too, so I'm not judging you at all. I thought we had to eat animals to survive. I thought we needed milk for calcium.
Chipper, kind of.
We actually get all our nutrition from plants. The animals eat the plants, and then we get the nutrition secondhand through the animal's body. So it's like, here's our nutrition, here's the animal, here's the slaughterhouse, and here's us. We don't need the animal or the slaughterhouse part. We just need our plants. And the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics all come to the same conclusion that a plant-based diet is healthy for all stages of life, including infancy, pregnancy, and like bodybuilding. So my question to you, as someone who seems very compassionate and kind, if you know that we could live without harming animals and eating a plant-based diet and living vegan, do you think that aligns more with you, and do you think that's more ethical?
I think if there's 100% possibility that we can live a better life expectancy than we have now, with, you know, eating things that don't affect people, don't affect animals, don't affect anything, and keep the world better than it, you know, already is now, because it's kind of in the pits at the moment. But I think it's good for people to try new things and to maybe go in that line. But unless we know, or we don't know at the moment, because obviously, well, I haven't really heard of I have people that are vegan and vegetarian in my life, but I don't know I need the evidence to say this is going to happen. If this is going to improve my life, then maybe we'll put it into consideration.
She just hasn't seen the stuff, but still like kind of on how this affects me and not on the victims yet.
But until I have that evidence to prove my life isn't going to get worse, it's not going to change, it's not going to put me at risk of any more illnesses. Until then.
Well, the evidence is there. The science proves this, that we can be healthy and thrive. But
welcome to the stream, Nilf. Where you been? Where you been? I was on alert because you were being funny in the thanks for joining, Nilf. That's no injustice lasts forever. Got to do 150 crunches to earn more pizza before I sleep, so I'm here to watch while I do them. Well, thanks for watching. I say that too, Neil. I'm not judging. I paid for this too for 42 years. Yep. Ooh. Does she, Dennis? Oh, boy. Damn, that's pretty good. Wait, 150 crunches. Damn. It's pretty good. That is pretty good. But you're vegan, right? Like, all right, you're going to fall apart based on what I've been hearing from some people today. 150 crunches. Vegan. Jeremy Gord, the one big difference I have is the power of getting them to try for a month, because behavior change precedes values change more often than the reverse. Interesting. Yeah, that's the whole point of the challenge 22, right? Get people to try it, stick with it for 22 days, and then see what you think. Try to hit them with some ethics.
We're looking at this from the oppressor's position, which is currently you, and it was me. Actually, this is an injustice to the animals. The animals are the ones going to a slaughterhouse.
Right.
So for them, what's best for them? For them to go into a slaughterhouse to be killed for us, or for them not to be?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So imagine if it was you. Imagine if I ate humans and I was like, the best nutrition for me is Kira, sorry. The best nutrition for me is if I eat Kira, and I'm going to thrive and I'm going to live a long life if I eat Kira.
Yeah.
Would that be okay for me then to send you to a slaughterhouse if I thought that I could live a long, healthy life? Or would you want to be free and you wouldn't want to go to a slaughterhouse and go into a gas chamber or have your head decapitated for a sandwich?
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, but how urgent would you want to be free? Would you want someone to take their time?
Yeah.
Or would you want someone to go, actually, hopefully this person understands the severity of what you're about to go through, stops paying for you and others to go into slaughterhouses, and in the time that they've stopped paying for it, they can educate themselves on the nutrition side and things. Do you think that's a better scenario for you if you were the victim?
Kira.
Probably not. Obviously, if you put it in that perspective, I think you get that opinion of, oh, if you kind of open your eyes to it, is kind of a bad thing.
Yeah.
Not kinda. It is a bad thing.
But I mean, we can't really, like
We
I
can.
said,
We can.
until, and you said,
Until, wait, sorry. I'll let the video play.
There's science out there and it proves everything, but I don't think that in time or in, I don't know, 20 years, maybe I change my, like, maybe I change how I eat, what I do. But I think
In 20,
and
yeah, there it was, Dennis.
until eat what I'm more in, I don't know, 20 years, maybe.
In 20 years. I wish we could see Mel straight on right now as she said 20 years. What y'all talking about? Let's see. Don't do that as a vegan. You can take up to 30 weeks to recover from that. Trying to lessen the belly. That's 200 for the day. Damn, nice, Nilf. I got to do some crunches too. I got to do some of that. She needs to have some idea of, if I left this table to go vegan, what would I do for the rest of the day today? What would I do tomorrow? We easily forget that they don't know how. Yeah, you may be right. Yeah, it's easy to forget what it was like before we were vegan. And like the level of, I don't mean this disparagingly, because I'm talking about myself. The level of ignorance was kind of astounding as I look back, just not knowing what the hell to do. Yeah, in 20 years. But we still got a ways to go. So maybe in 7 minutes, she'll say in one day, in now, I will be vegan.
Maybe I change my, like, maybe I change how I eat, what I do. But I think until, like, it's produced everywhere and everyone kind of has that idea of, you know, this is how our future life could be, I think then that's when I think everyone will try and conform to eating a certain way. But I don't think we can kind of influence people's opinions on these things, because it's kind of like everyone has their own opinion, don't they? Everyone has their own.
I am living proof that people can influence people's opinions on this, as I was influenced by someone else, and that person turned me from eating steak one day into an animal rights activist the next day.
Own opinion, but their
science
opinion
can sometimes prove different things, which then people change their opinion.
So the issue
Right,
is with this is
again,
that our
you're still thinking about it from your perspective. And again, like if you're appealing to uncertainty about health outcomes, which you can go and look it up, you can find plenty of health outcome studies showing that you can be perfectly healthy being vegan. If you're uncertain, why would you have certainty about, I mean, just look around, look how healthy we are, right? Such a healthy society. Hospitals are definitely not filled with people having heart attacks and strokes and cancer and diabetes, right? Or are they? Oh, so if we have all these health issues, then why aren't you a little more uncertain about the way you're eating now?
opinion has been kind of put in front of our face for us. So I grew up eating animals all my life.
Yeah.
7 years, Nilf. How about you? 7 years.
But I said I loved animals.
Yeah.
So the only way I could have ever consumed animals if someone was putting in front of my face, happy cows, RSPCA approved, organic, free range. That's the only way.
Oh, Dennis, who was it? It was just some random woman that I met in a bar, a little wine bar. Beautiful woman that helped. She was beautiful. And I went up to talk to her, to go hit on her. And she turned me into an animal rights activist. So be careful when you go hit on somebody, they'll change your life. She was this beautiful woman. She ended up being married and living in a completely different area. So this was like a one-off flash in the pan occurrence that happened. And what I love about my story, I say this all the time, so I'm sorry to be repetitive for the people that have heard this. I love about that story how we would never probably cross paths again, She probably wouldn't recognize me. I probably wouldn't even recognize her. I just remember she was beautiful. But I don't think I'd recognize her. And anyway, she has no idea what she did that day. No clue. Unless she stumbles upon this channel at some point or something. 5 years, Nilf? Nice. How long you been vegan, Dennis? 7 minutes? 8 minutes and 25 seconds since Mel convinced you?
I consumed animals because they told me I had to, and they told me that it was okay. The reality is far from that. I've been inside farms myself. I've been in.
If y'all don't know, Dennis is a future vegan. Or a current vegan. He might have just gone vegan, but I have hope for Dennis.
Inside pig farm only recently. Chicken farm. And I stood outside a slaughterhouse and I've heard these baby animals scream for their life in gas chambers. No one ever showed me that. No one ever told me that male chicks are blended up alive for eggs and all egg-laying hens are gassed in gas chambers. With that knowledge, I would have never ever put a penny into those industries. And that's why I'm out here today, because the reason people aren't vegan is one of three things: lack of education, lack of empathy, or lack of intelligence. Which one would you fall into?
Maybe education.
And I was the same.
But I don't think that someone could be unintelligent based off of their food intake.
Remember, animals aren't food, just like how you are food.
Wait, sorry, I want to hear
And I
that
was
question again. Sorry, I was
because
spacing.
college,
I was
eggs and I've been
sorry
in
to
the
make y'all
reality.
listen
Animals
again.
RSPCA approved, organic, free range. That's the only way I consumed animals, because they told me I had to, and they told me that it was okay. The reality is far from that. I've been inside farms myself. I've been inside pig farm only recently. Chicken farm. And I stood outside a slaughterhouse and I've heard these baby animals scream for their life in gas chambers. No one ever showed me that. No one ever told me that male chicks are blended up alive for eggs and all egg-laying hens are gassed in gas chambers. With that knowledge, I would have never ever put a penny into those industries.
Right.
And that's why I'm out here today, because the reason people aren't vegan is one of three things: lack of education, lack of empathy, or lack of intelligence. Which one would you fall into?
Maybe education.
And I was the same.
But I.
Which one are you, Dennis? All right. Thanks for stopping in. Nilf, go heat up your pizza. You earned it. 300 crunches. Damn. Go vegan, Dennis. Go vegan. So you too can do 300 crunches. She said there are 3 reasons why someone isn't vegan. Because they're uneducated on the topic, they lack empathy, or they lack intelligence. Which one are you, Dennis? I think I have an idea of which one you are. I became an extreme reducitarian 7 years ago, plant-based at home and only broths and non-vegan kimchi and such in restaurants, vegan for about 5 years. You and Nilf, huh? Same timeline, just about.
I don't think that someone could be unintelligent based off of their food intake.
Remember, animals aren't food, just like how you are food.
Obviously.
But if they have the education on what happens to animals and they have the empathy, what other reason would they not choose to put animals inside slaughterhouses apart from lack of intelligence?
Opinion.
But then again, is that intelligence? Because if your opinion is that it's okay to abuse and kill animals, what does that say about you?
But then you could say, well, obviously probably wasn't, but Einstein, he was probably one of the most intelligent people in the world.
He was
He didn't eat animals.
No way!
At the time, he called himself vegetarian because the dairy industry wasn't.
Einstein was vegan. Case closed.
Around.
Yeah,
he was.
Wow, I didn't know that. Actually.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay then.
Yeah, it's interesting once you know.
So was Tolstoy, Franz Kafka. Who else we got? That's a good list already. Those three. Yeah. Last few years of his life. Yeah. Well, Dennis, I was going to say, I believe that you lack empathy, because if you had the empathy, you would empathize with the animals. You wouldn't put them in those horrific situations. I think you're intelligent. I think you're educated, because you say here, I mean, because you watch the content. So you're educated, you're intelligent, and I do think that you're an empathetic person. What I'm saying is, I don't believe you have empathy for the animals, to like enough. You don't have empathy enough for them.
For you, I think you really need to see what happens.
And I really like, it's so obvious to me that you're right on the cusp. You are like right on the cusp of going vegan. That much I do know.
Yeah.
Because I listened, the reason I went vegan, it was about 4 years ago.
Mary Shelley?
Someone was doing a debate
Yeah.
table just like I'm doing today, and footage of the dairy industry came up, and I had no idea that cows are killed for milk. I had no idea cows produce milk because they're mothers. I was like, oh my gosh, why the hell am I drinking cow's milk when I'm not a baby cow? And I realized what had suddenly gone on, and I went vegan on the spot. But when the guy was talking, I was listening and I was like, oh, this is sounding very logical. I'm understanding the dairy industry. But it was when I saw the footage that instantly changed everything for me. And I can see in you what I felt in me years ago. And I think if you saw the animals,
I see skepticism in her. Her body language, her expression, it all just screams skepticism to me of this activist. This activist has an agenda. I'm skeptical, but curious enough to engage in the conversation. I feel like as soon as she watches something like Earthlings, it's done. Just make sure she gets that little card with the stuff on there. And if she engages with it and watches one of those films, it'll be over for her. Because she does seem smart. She's taking this like kind of human supremacist worldview, this kind of like egocentric worldview right now. But I mean, she sat down for a reason.
eyes going into a slaughterhouse, could you say, I'm really sorry, but I just want to eat your body or your milk or your eggs? Or would you say, I'm not going to send you in there because I don't think this is right?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I mean, people have their own opinions and you can't really change how anyone thinks. I mean,
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can change people. It's what activism is.
yeah, obviously people are going to change more because of, like you said, science or anything that comes up in life.
Nope. They're not going to change more because of science. They're going to change more because they are exposed to what happens to animals. And they're going to be like, oh, this is fucked. I don't support this. Fuck you, industry. You don't get my money. That's how people change.
But I think that people will always have that opinion, whether they like it or not. And I think
some people,
yeah.
So there's always going to be a small amount of people in this world who are just psychopaths. Like there's always going to be some people who kill other people. There's always going to be racist people. There's always going to be homophobes.
Yeah.
But the people who are good people, once they know better, they change. And this is why this is the fast growing movement of our time, because people just don't know what happens to animals. But
Just one of the appeals that people got to go through. You got to go through all these little steps for some reason. I mean, that maybe that would have happened to me too if I was engaged in like a conversation like this. I don't know.
Everybody says they're an animal lover. Like, would you have said you're an animal lover?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I've had pets in my life.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're obviously always have a soft space in your heart.
Absolutely.
And when you see those animals on like Instagram and stuff, and you're scrolling, and they're all like just sat there doing their own little thing.
Yeah.
You're kind of like, oh, that's kind of cute.
Yeah. And could you then imagine someone saying,
yeah,
but
I think you put that into that perspective of
that's it.
That's actually what they've have to go through in their future.
Yeah.
I guess you could. Yeah. I see your opinion side of it. Yeah.
Yeah. But what's your opinion? I'm interested in your opinion.
I don't know. I'm a meat eater, and I think that.
Would you have eaten any of your animals?
Yes, we know you're a meat eater already, but you're now engaged in a discussion where you're learning and so yes, it is hard to give up on one's identity, but that's what's about to happen. Sorry to break it to you, Kira. That was her name, right? Kira? Kira, you're a vegan now.
Also, you love. And just said,
No,
I'm a meat. Yeah.
That's kind of true.
So what's the difference between your animals?
Because I don't have any relation to them.
Okay.
I think having that distance between this is my group, you know, I don't
so
really.
If an animal
really
isn't in your group, then
I think that they can.
So wait. So talking about groups. So let's say male's a group, right? Women's another group. Can I exploit women now because they're a different group? Can I exploit a woman that I don't know or have any relations with or contact with? Nope. Let's do race now. White guy. So you could say that's my group. Black person, different group. Can I exploit them now because different group? Okay. No. All right. What if I don't know the black person? No. Still no good? Okay. Cool. All right. Let's do sexuality. Straight guy, like women. If I got a friend who likes man who likes men, can I exploit them? Oh, no? Okay. Well, what about a gay guy that is someone that I don't know? Oh, I can't exploit them either. Okay. Okay, let's do species. Can I exploit a dog because they're a different species? No? Oh, okay. What about a cow? Oh, I can exploit a cow. There we go. It doesn't make sense.
The affection for your pet is different to an affection for an animal. Obviously it's still wrong, and I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, because like
you
my
don't have-
affection for my husband is obviously higher than mine for you because I've just met you, but I
obviously.
wouldn't ever want to harm you.
No, obviously, and I get what you mean. I understand it completely.
Even if I really enjoyed
Nice.
the taste of your meat or your flesh, I still would be like, no, you deserve your right to life because you've
What's up,
been
Birdie
born into
Jedi?
this world, just like the cows and the chickens, and they want to live just like we do.
Yeah.
All they have in their world, in their life, is what?
Well,
life. Their life.
Yeah.
They've got nothing else. Everyone takes everything from them.
Yeah.
And then people even take their babies and kill them.
Mhm.
They rape them. They breed them.
Yeah.
They then send them to a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
And they get gassed in gas chambers
Mhm.
and have a knife stabbed in their throat.
Yeah.
They don't deserve that.
Yeah.
They're innocent beings. They're baby, innocent, vulnerable beings. And you have so much power to either be involved in that with your money, and I was as well, or now that I've let you know and you're open-minded to this, you can stop right this incident and you can be against this injustice. Because I don't know about you, but the thought of an animal ever going into a slaughterhouse for me breaks my heart, and I just can never do that now.
Yeah.
But before I knew better, I didn't know what I was doing. So once you know better, you can do better. So you've
what
got
you
two
mean.
paths to go down.
Yeah.
And I truly hope that you'll choose the compassionate path. And I think, I think if you've got YouTube, in your notes or something, you should write down a documentary called Dominion. I really urge you to watch it because you're
Yes.
the kind of person who could really help so many animals.
Yeah.
And they need us so bad.
Yeah.
They've got all these big industries against them. Even the RSPCA are against them. So they really need us.
Yeah, I think Mel just identified, oh, this person just needs to see it. I mean, we say watch Dominion to everybody or watch Earthlings, but I think this person in particular just needs to see it because she still has that skeptical body language. It's just like a little bit, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into the body language and the expressions, but it's just kind of like there's a little wall between her and Mel. And Dominion would just obliterate that little wall, that little flimsy wall. It's right there where you see the crack in the table. It's right there. I don't know if y'all can see that little wall. Doesn't need to be there.
Yeah. No, yeah, I see what you mean. I completely understand with like most of your points. It's just I think people are always gonna have those opinions.
Vegan Heretic, what's up? I haven't seen that name before in here, so welcome to the channel if you're new. Just curious, but is there a reason to recommend Dominion over Earthlings? I would say that Dominion is more recent. The footage is clearer and crisper. It's a little more brutal. But I think it kind of depends. Earthlings is what turned me vegan. So I always remember that. The only thing about Earthlings is just a little more grainy. I feel like if someone is being more intellectual, like intellectually minded, maybe Earthlings is the better thing to recommend because of that long 15-minute monologue at the very beginning that is more philosophical based. Whereas Dominion, it's shorter, it's like 4 minutes, and then it gets right into the brutal footage. They're really close together. But I don't know if you watched them recently, you remember like it actually takes quite a while for them to sort of get into food with Earthlings, because it starts out with the monologue, which I think most people will be sold at the end of the monologue. I probably was, but I'm not sure. But it starts with pets. So they start talking about dogs. And maybe that's brilliant because it gets people like, okay, I connect with dogs. I'm not sure. But I do feel like just having like kind of a crisper, clearer picture might be good. I don't know. It's a good question though. The Verdant Jedi, I agree. Dominion feels more effective. Most of the footage are used in the Cube of Truth, although it was Earthlings 2 that turned me vegan. And that's where, yeah, same. That's where I'm like, wait, should I be recommending Earthlings? That's what did it for me. Earthlings had that long philosophical, it's not long, it's like 10, 15 minutes, but yeah. Okay, take care, Dennis. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Jeremy Gord, as a consequentialist who thinks innumeracy is a big part of the problem, I think the statistics by country in Dominion is important. Okay. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. And one thing too, like I feel like Dominion, which is mostly filmed in Australia, that's another thing to consider is like, I believe most of Earthlings was filmed in America. I'm American. If you're American, that might be a consideration. If you think somebody might be more swayed that this is filmed in America, albeit dated, but you know, if you can get by on 1 hour of sleep, you can go vegan. Who's getting by on 1 hour of sleep? Oh yeah, Dennis. Yeah, Dennis. Whoa. Well, thank you for spending your night with us here, Dennis. You probably should have slept, but yeah, you can definitely go vegan.
People will have opinions, but the good ones change.
Yeah.
And it takes a small amount of people to change it. Like when women didn't have rights, the men
that's true.
didn't want women to have rights.
She liked
They were saying things like, no, for years women haven't had rights. Men are better, we're superior, they're beneath us. And now women have rights and everyone's like, oh yeah, it's normal. Of course we wouldn't have rights. And one day in the future, generations in the future will look back and go, what the hell? My grandparents ate animals?
Yeah.
Why were they eating babies? Why were they eating periods of chickens and breast milk of cows when that was for their baby? They'll think we're crazy. We have a chance to change now.
Yeah.
And you do too.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, check out Dominion.
Yeah. They call this Vegan Compares Women's Rights to Animal Rights because that did seem to really resonate with her. She kind of...
Yeah, the men didn't want people to change it. Like when women didn't have rights, the men didn't want women to have rights.
Yeah.
They were saying things.
Yeah, she seemed to really resonate with that. That hit her. You know. Yeah, I was maybe focused a lot on, because she had this real, like, the body language was really kind of defensive, wasn't it? Yeah, even Dominion is 7 years old. That's right. But it is nicely high def. Everything Farm Transparency Project does is so great video quality. Food for thought. I haven't seen that. I know you didn't ask me, but I haven't seen that one. The worst atrocity that has ever been, Jeremy. Yes. Not a big fan of vegan documentaries for the most part. The reducitarian rhetoric, it makes me sick. Interesting. Well, guys, I should end this stream. It's been a long stream. Thank you guys for coming. If you're not subbed to the channel, please sub to my channel. Sub to Mel and Steve. Let me put the link for this video. I'm sure you guys, most of you are already. But yeah, make sure you sub to my channel as well. I'm trying to grow the channel so that when I do post people's links, it will actually do something for them. Actually get them a little boost. So yeah, sub, like, heart, subscribe, whatever those things, you know, do all those things. Check out my interview with John Curtin that I posted the other day. That was awesome. Just told about a timestamp Dominion. So if you want to show someone a certain industry, it helps. Yeah. 4 hours. Yeah, this was a long one. Let me see. What am I up to now? What am I up to? I don't know. It just says 4 hours on mine. That was a long one because we were doing Jeffrey Phillips. Jeremy Loeb, watch my talk with Has Vegan. Okay. I have to use the restroom. So let me, we will react to, let me just see. Is that your channel, Jeremy? Jeremy Gord? Has Vegan. Oh, exploring ethics with Jeremy Gord. Let me just hang on. Let me show y'all. Yeah, Jeremy's we gotta stick together. Hang on, sorry.
I really
Yeah,
appreciate the
Jeremy.
chance. Of course, it's a pleasure, and I know that we've
Jeremy.
kind of chatted before in different contexts on different people's on which something would sway toward good or assess decisions based.
You look kind of similar to my buddy Jeremy Beckham. Another Jeremy. Anyway, there's Jeremy Gord. So yeah, we'll react to that another night. Reasonable Vegan also has Christina Van Beek. Let me link to that. So y'all, if y'all want to watch that tonight, I'll just send the link there. All right, guys. We'll check out that video another time. I got to make a phone call, use the restroom. 4-hour stream. You guys, I held it. All right. Thanks for joining, guys. I appreciate all of you. Have a good night, everybody. And I might game later. I might play that game. What's it called? The Forest. The Forest. Crazy survivalist game. Good night, everybody.